I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams into modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play, cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with, now they looking nervously. And I don't really care what you think of me, respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe, I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
Can you hear me? Anybody? One person? Hello, Thomas, Rebby, Breezy. Okay. Look, I got lights. Look. Hey, what's up? Hey, Dan. Is it Friday yet? Ugh. Is it fucking Friday yet? I'm just gonna get right into it, right? Just give me a second. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, no, 18 and plus, please, for the love of God, kids, this is not for you. This is a show. I am a character. The views and opinions expressed that come out of right here are only mine. Nobody else is responsible for what I say, and in turn, I am not responsible for what others say. You may say what you will. You might get banned. You might get made a mod. Who knows what's going to happen to you? You might get a link to the Discord. And there we go. Doug DeHaven with the 10 gifted memberships right off the bat. What's up? Oh, Pat Gaines, you got one. Hey, Pat Gaines. Caveman, Angela, Robin, Tame, Defcon, Crippled, I don't even like saying that name. Delilah, Grandma. Nice. Welcome, guys. We have a private Discord that's for members only. We have over 1,100 members. I have a sneaky feeling, though, we're about to have about 200 members because the month is about to be up. So we'll see what happens. Hey, your favorite show is on. I'd like to welcome myself to your evening. I'd like to say hello to your dog. Hello, Poochie. Hello. Relax. Tonight we have a lot scheduled. We have some things planned. There were some speeches today, some things that our president did. I got it all queued up, ready to go. We're going to start out with a T-Sply extravaganza. Apparently something happened that we need to talk about. It is called Federal Agent Attacked in Louisiana. Man bites officer. Man bites officer. Holy crap. If you wouldn't mind, do me the pleasure of smashing the like button. Maybe even sharing it. I always feel weird about that because you might not have political people on your page and you don't want them to know what you watch. So I found out that one of the people that I work with on my regular job lives 10. He said 10 feet, but I think he meant like 10 minutes. But he said he lives real close to the Portland ice facility. That's interesting. I asked him if he ever watched that crap on YouTube or anything. He said no. So that's good. Clyde, what's popping up in a... Hey, Haunted Minds, what's up? Just chilling, man. Just starting the show. Hey, look, I got some backlight. Look, I got some lighting. Oh, one step. I put the belt right there. Ralph is up there. I'm going to have to get a light to shine down on Ralph to highlight him. But I got the belt with a light. Hey, look, it's a work in progress, man. You know, I need to get a P.O. box. Maybe some viewers are going to send me some stuff to put in there. And I got a refrigerator coming for right here. I got other stuff. I got a big blue sign. Don't worry. I got plans. It's coming together nicely. It's better. See why I don't like the projector on the wall? Oh my God. I took the projector and put it on the wall in the other room. And then there's like a big, huge wall. And I got blackout curtain. It's like a theater. It's as big as a theater. I have my own theater. That's dope. That's way better than a little wall. Forget it. I have there's a flag right there. Look, I did it. I could be a Mexican weather girl. Look, I pointed right to the flag. Huh. But look, Ralph is holding the flag, right? Say it. All right, let's see. Yes, Sephardi Brother. You know, I gotta be honest with you. it's kind of wearing. It's just kind of wearing out on me. That whole thing that I can't say about the apple and the banana and other things, like it's the same thing. I had a lot of viewers at the beginning of all this for like the first month and a half, and I realized something. It's not me. It's not that we only have a few viewers now. It's that people have seen it. That's why I'm trying to do something more than just do that. I appreciate people who try to cover other things and they're going to this and this. And like Portland Andy's on vacation and he's live streaming it. Brilliant. I think that's a fantastic idea. I go on vacation, I live stream it. I'm gonna at least make a video, right? So I think that, there's been some things happening, some good stuff, some bad stuff. We've had a couple shootings, and I'm really upset about the Australia one, considering the fact that I'm Jewish and it's number 2 day of Hanukkah right now. Happy Hanukkah to all of the people all the 2 or 3 Jews out there that watch me. Happy Chanukah. I hope you got a nice shiny nickel today. Hey, so, I hope you got a new dreidel or something, So we've had quite a bit of violence. Did you guys hear what happened? Oh, shalom. Did you guys hear? I know you did, about Rob Reiner and his wife by their son. Well, I mean, allegedly, I shouldn't say by their, allegedly, maybe, perhaps, he's been taken into custody. Isn't that way different than just questioning someone, right? Bro, that's crazy. I don't even want to watch a video on it because it's sad. You know what? It does not matter to me what his political affiliation was. I know maybe Donald Trump said something today online that maybe he should have shut the fuck up and just not, maybe he should maybe not have written that. You can't, you don't agree with everything everybody does, but I in things like this, I don't care. This is why I get so mad about Charlie Kirk, right? Because I don't care who it is. I never wished unaliving on any of the other people. I literally have like 3 or 4 shorts where I'm like praying for Joe Biden, where I'm like hoping to God that he's going to be okay. Yes, it was because second in line was Kamala, but it doesn't matter. I never would call for like the unaliving or ever call for like any sort of like physical harm to come to any of our leaders. That's insanity. Whether their name is Clinton or Obama or Trump or Kennedy or any of them. I like what Donald Trump said about Ukraine and Russia reigns supreme with me in all areas. I just want people to stop dying. What the fuck? Can we stop dying, you think? I think that would be an appropriate outcome that everybody can get behind. You know that like they were supposed to like reclassify the marijuana today. And I don't know, I guess it didn't happen, but they were like hinting at it all day. Like, I had so much I was going to cover. So first things first, I want to see what this is about. I didn't watch this video yet because I saw the title and it says man bites officer. Excuse me. Teaspoon. Man bites officer. Okay, I got to watch this. We got to watch this. Please give the stream a thumbs up. I am not a restreamer. I am a content creator. Did you see my short today? Did you see my short yesterday? How about the other one I did yesterday? How about the one I did before? How about the one I did? I have a 10-day countdown of shorts that is no other video added. It's just me talking 10 days before the election, 10, 9, 8, every single day I am a content creator. I am not a restreamer. I don't understand the people. I don't want to talk bad about anybody. But if you don't have your own original content and your entire channel, and it's just not just one or two people, it's many, many, many people, many. Doug with 10 more gifted memberships. Holy crap, Doug, hey, happy Hanukkah to me. Hello, Polly. Hey, all the new members. Hey, new members, if you go to the visit community tab on my channel, you will find a post from me. The Discord link might be out of date. If it is, let me know and I'll redo the Discord date. The link, I mean, the link. Sometimes the link expires, right? So if it's expired, let me know. Otherwise, anybody who has a green name, like Polly has a blue name, she's a mod. Smarter Brand, any of the blue names would be more than happy to send any brand new, green names, would be more than happy to send any brand new green names the link to the Discord. You got to be respectful. We're not talking shit about other people, especially if I don't know them. It's not really a safe space because it's a freedom of speech and you have the right to say what you want, but just be aware that you may have the right. This is how the freedom of speech works. You may have the right for freedom of speech to protect you from a lawsuit or some sort of crime, being like arrested for it. But it does not block you from the social repercussions of saying something shitty. So if you say something shitty, just understand you can't legally or criminally be sought after, but we can verbally assault the fuck out of you for it. So just keep that in mind. You know, I think that's fair to say. And including me, if I get out of line, Joe, no chance in hell that would happen. That's funny, though. Joe says, do a heel turn and make me a mod. That would be funny as shit. That actually would be funny. I don't have the community large enough, Joe, to justify that kind of hellacious move, but that would be hilarious. That's freaking funny. You made me, Joe, you started off the stream good. You made me laugh. That's fantastic. Did you know about Chris? Heimbach Chris, you talking about Woody Woodpecker? Did you know, like, I'm a fan of the Woody Woodpecker cartoon, right? Back when I was a kid, I used to watch the fuck out of Woody Woodpecker cartoon. And I loved it because you know what his whole goal from the start of the episode to the end of the episode was? To instill as much chaos and destruction as possible. And I really, really enjoyed that. And at one time I was going to get a tattoo a long time ago. And I went to go get a tattoo and I told the guy, I said, hey, I think I want Woody Woodpecker on my like calf or my leg or something like that. Just because I like the show. It was like, it would be like getting like the Sword of Omen from Thundercats. Or it would be like getting like, you know, the Transformer or the Decepticon logo. It's just something I enjoy as a child. It has no deeper meaning than getting like Yogi Bear. You know what I mean? And the guy told me the woodpecker is a symbol of white supremacy, KKK, Aryan Brotherhood shit. Fuck! So the KKK takes the woodpecker. The gays took the rainbow. What do I have left? Yeah, what do I have left? That's why I got space. I have Krypton. I have the planet of Krypton exploding as Clark Kent's specific ship from the show Smallville, that specific design flies away from it around my leg. That's part of that's like half of my leg is that. And so I had to get something like space. Like they can't take space, right? Space will never be tied to like some sort of weirdo like fetish of some sort. Like, oh my God, unless aliens come down and people start screwing the aliens and then it's weird to have space on your own. This could totally backfire. Ooh. Oh, in that case, if that happens, I'll just move to Mars. Then it'll be normal. Oh my God. Okay. Kind of weird. I'm streaming through right now I'm live on YouTube and Rumble. And I have to stream. Tommy actually taught me something about Rumble. I have to stream for 1 hour using Rumble Studio. I don't really understand what it is, the difference is doing it this way or the other way. But right now, I guess I'm streaming on Rumble. And I guess it's the same thing for you guys. Do I sound okay? Because I got new speakers and like a subwoofer. I didn't get a new mic. I have that everybody has $200 Shure mic, the one that all the major podcaster and people have. So I'm not. Do I sound okay? Hey, Lord Prank, don't you sound great? Okay. All right, good. I'm glad. So we're gonna get into a couple of videos, right? This is a show. I'm gonna start talking for a while. I'm gonna load up something in the background for maybe a little bit later. No, that's good, Mom. That's good. Alex Electric Gaming. Did you see John Cena's last match? I'm a fan of Gunther. You know why? Because I like people who when they chop, that chop in the chest thing. I'm a fan of people when they do that going for blood. Because when I chop, if I chopped, I know you think wrestling is bullshit and it's fake, right? I get it. Ha. Funny, we play and fight. Yeah. But I bet you anything. I bet you $1,000 cash that if you, and I'm not talking about to the women, I'm talking only to the guys. Lord Prank is included in this. I guarantee you, I bet you $1,000 that if I were to chop you in the chest, you would immediately want to fight me. That's how much it would hurt you. You would immediately try to like attack me or punch me or something. We would be no longer would we be friends. That's how much it would hurt. I used to split people open and make them bleed. And I got my like chest almost caved in and blood vessels broken all throughout up here. It was black. I have a picture of it. Maybe I'll show it later, but I've actually chopped girls too. It works better if they have, a little bit of nothing. No, more like, I hate to say this name, but I got to be honest. Let's be honest about more like Chris Benoit. I know, but you know what? Aside from all the other stuff, boy, that dude's chops. Oh yeah, that's a good way to start a fight because you have to understand that, they say, oh, well, they just learn how to fall. Yeah. We also learn how to chop. This is going to sound crazy, okay? This is going to sound crazy. I learned how to aerodynamically and using physics and air movement create an air pocket with my hand while I chop and pinpoint the exact part of someone's chest depending on how built or like fat they were, where to place my hand for the chop to create an air bubble that would sound like a shotgun going off. So it was like, it's a complete science. Like Ric Flair's, best chops in the whole business. Gunther, Ric Flair, Chris Benoit, Kurt Angle. Wait, there's one more I'm missing. Who am I missing? I forgot. Big Show's just big. That's why his chops hurt. There was somebody else though that really threw a mean fucking chop out the. Yes, Samoa Joe. That's exactly who I was thinking of. Thank you. Good job, Sleeper. Samoa Joe. Yeah. Samoa Joe. Very good. Very good. Ooh, Wahoo McDaniels. Ooh, that was a different time though. My trainer, okay, last wrestling story, then we'll get into the shit. My trainer, Tugboat, right? He was about he's deceased now, but he's about 5'11" and about 500 pounds. That's right. I said 5'11", 500 pounds. And like, you know, like where you like do like the forearm, boom, and you hit the guy in the back. He's like crouched over, right? And you grab him by the back of his head right here and you go boom, right in the back. He hit me so hard in the back that I was going to throw up from the front. You know how hard somebody has to hit you from the back to make everything here just go ship-a-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
According to DHS, Maximiliano Perez attempted to run away from officers during his arrest when he allegedly bit an ICE officer.
Yeah, so he's in trouble. Now, you may have noticed...
Hello, Teaspoon. Shout out to T-Sply. One of the best content creators. Seriously, one of the best content creators on YouTube. I know he hates when I say that. But this dude... he makes 20 videos to my one. And you know what? He immediately gets like 5,000 views on everything. Immediately. Like as soon as he posts it, he'll go over here, he'll take a drink or whatever he does, and then he'll come back, he'll shine his kryptonite up, and he'll come back and he'll have like 9,000 views.
We're not hearing too much about Operation Catahoula Crunch down in Louisiana and some parts of Mississippi involving Border Patrol. However, there is still a lot of pushback against federal operations in these areas of the country, to include a lieutenant governor, a Republican lieutenant governor.
It seems like they're trying to reach a quota in arresting anybody they can. And somebody's got to stand up and give some clarity.
Now, to be clear, that was the lieutenant governor of Louisiana. And I know what some of you are thinking. I had the same thought. I thought the governor of Louisiana, I thought he was in support of the Trump administration. Well, he is, and he's actually not too happy with the lieutenant governor and his statements. So we're going to cover all of these new updates. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm a little shocked as to why the lieutenant governor has some pushback in regards to Catahoula Crunch. You'll see why in a second. Now, before we start the video, make sure to please like the video. It's the #1 way you guys are helping this channel, and it also helps others see the videos as well. And we cover all of these different federal operations since day one in detail. I want to make sure you guys are kept up to date, so make sure to like, share the video. It helps out.
Oh, it's Teaspoon. Look at all of his kryptonite. He's absolutely not Superman. I don't know who Superman is, but I know who Superman is not. And that is Teaspoon. I don't know if he hates when I call him Teaspoon, but I don't know if I can stop. I need a black light. Chris, I'm way ahead of you. I'm working on all that. I got the Govee lights. I got certain things. I got refrigerators coming, Chris. I got a refrigerator coming for that little area right there. I'm gonna move my instruments over somewhere probably out of view. I have like a whole like shelving that's gonna go all the way up to the ceiling almost. Well, there's a lot more ceiling that you guys don't see. The ceiling is high, but like this is the video. I don't want my because like over here I have my right there. I have my actual work computer, so I don't want that to be on my stream. It's off. It doesn't matter. It's just tacky to have another computer. It's Moon Willow. What's up? Damn, that ICE officer. All right, let's keep going.
Out a lot. Here we go.
I do like this kryptonite,
in Tullis for assaulting a law enforcement officer during his arrest. That's according to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. According to DHS, Maximiliano Perez attempted to run away from officers during his arrest when he allegedly bit
Perez? If your name is Perez, is the hyphen and the second Perez even necessary? He should, you know what he should do? He should just take out the hyphen Perez and put like a exponent of number 2 on there. Perez to the second power. So Perez minus Perez is no Perez, because it's like an equation. If that's instead of a hyphen, if it's like a subtraction sign. So his name is Maximiliano Perez. Is this a joke? Did something get lost in translation or something? Seriously. Like Tony Tone. But my new name is Climatics.
It's an ICE officer. DHS says Perez entered the United States illegally at an unknown date and time without being inspected by an immigration officer. He is facing charges of assaulting law enforcement.
Okay, so before we get to the governors, let's start with this story. I just want to show you guys Operation Catahoula Crunch.
How does Teaspoon, that's a funny pause. Let me not pause him when he was in. How does he get his hair to do that? How does he get his hair? His hair is like I got like a bad hairline compared to.
Is a very dangerous operation
I want
for
that play
Homeland
button.
Security.
You got
now,
two
there's
play
no
buttons?
denying that this operation has a lot more support from your local law enforcement agencies, from state troopers, sheriffs, Metro Police. Homeland Security has a lot more support, but it doesn't mean attacks like this are not happening. Now, I cannot scroll down any lower as far as this report from Homeland Security because it's the actual picture of the agent's hand and the blood flowing down his hand from the bite mark. Now, this person is going to be in a lot of trouble as far as charges with assault and obviously coming into the country illegally. But again,
Rumble?
just to show you guys, this operation, although it is
I see you
running
over
pretty
on Rumble.
smoothly, there is still pushback and there is still danger for the agents on the ground. So now let's see what the lieutenant governor has to say. Again, I was shocked as to why he's upset with this operation. You'll see what I mean.
But party affiliation doesn't always drive everything. Here's a bit of what Louisiana Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser thinks about Catahoula Crunch and how it's being operated.
It seems like they're trying to reach a quota in arresting anybody they can. And somebody's got to stand up and give some clarity.
Nungesser, a Republican, says he's concerned about how the increased immigration rates and roundups may affect immigrants with legal status.
Well, you've got the Home Builders Association, nobody's showing up for work. You got hotel managers that don't have no one to clean the rooms. I mean, somebody's got to be paying attention to this. And I don't care about party lines I care about doing the right thing.
Now, for those of you subscribed to my channel, you know we cover
Moxie,
these
what's up?
topics in detail every single day when it comes to federal operations involving deportations. This is the first time I can recall a high-ranking Republican is questioning the deportations because legal immigrants are not showing up to work, according to him. That's the first time I ever heard that. You guys can leave your comments down below if you've heard a concern like that before. But that's why I'm shocked, because the main argument from the Republican Party, conservatives, is that, look, these illegal immigrants who are in the country, they are taking the jobs of legal immigrants and legal Americans. But the lieutenant governor has just switched the argument you typically hear from conservatives and Republicans, that the economy is now doing worse due to the deportations because legal citizens, Americans, are not showing up to work. Again, I've never heard that before, but the governor of Louisiana did respond.
Comments are getting responses.
I'm getting hate mail. Let the criminals come live with you, Nungesser. No, nobody wants the criminals here. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. Can't we find a solution to these people being ripped out of their homes that have a work permit?
No.
Or on their path to citizenship?
No.
And not take them and rip these families apart?
The spokesperson for Governor Jeff Landry, also a Republican, said in a statement that Nungesser has not requested a meeting on the issue, adding, quote, "More importantly, it is disappointing that he would seek to give individuals who..."
You need to ask yourself a very important question. Forget about the people and what they think for a second, just for 1 second. I'm talking about the people in the power, the politicians, the government officials. whatever they are, whether they're state representatives or governors or mayors or what the hell ever. What would drive someone to want so many illegal people here to just stay? They have to have some sort of incentive. And I know what you're going to say, it's votes. But is it more than just votes? Is it something? Why would you want? That's like you have an unruly house guest and you're like, yeah, but they can stay. It's okay. They broke the refrigerator. It's fine. We can just get a new refrigerator. They're from Rwanda or they're from whatever the fuck place that sucks. If you're in a place that's crappy and you were just unfortunately to be born in a place, try to make your country better. Don't come over and fuck mine up. What did I do? What the hell?
Enter our country illegally and then commit crimes greater rights than American citizens.
So that was the response from the spokesperson of the governor, calling out the lieutenant governor saying, okay, hold on, because these people still came into the country illegally, and now you are giving them more benefits, and then eventually they could also commit a crime. So again, I'm just trying to show you guys there's a little bit of conflict here between the governor and the lieutenant governor, and I don't think you'll be surprised to find out Homeland Security also responded.
Regarding concerns about potential economic hits because of immigration crackdowns, DHS said in a statement, quote, "Let's be clear, if there was any correlation between rampant illegal immigration and a good economy, Biden would have had a booming economy. How immigration is exactly affecting the economy is debatable. But what seems to be clear is the issue continues to be divisive, even within party lines."
Now, the other reason why this story really stands out is because if there's one state that seems to be one of President Trump's biggest supporters when it comes to deportations, it has to be Louisiana. I mean, the governor of Louisiana is always offering up his troops, the Louisiana National Guard. Anytime the Trump administration wants to federalize his troops, he's always open for it. So all of a sudden, we have the lieutenant governor pushing back and asking questions, but then using a talking point that I've never heard before from a Republican, saying that legal immigrants are in fear of going to work. I've never heard that before, which is why we're talking about this. So again, leave your comments down below how you feel about this. Let's continue. Okay, so this video recently surfaced from the inside of an ICE.
I have to address something real quick. Moxie. I would never, ever, ever allow that to happen. As soon as Pam Tifa started even moving a little bit suggestive around me, I would leave. I would just drive straight to the airport and get on a plane and come back to Texas. No. No. Are you serious? Are you serious? No. Yo, yes, sure, yes, yes.
Detention facility.
I'm going to let you guys have your own
I
conversation.
am very curious what you guys think about this.
Dale que te están grabando. Grábate el show. Dale que te están grabando.
Alex, you know what's funny is visual aids. Isn't that like a real thing though? Like an aid, like a visual aid, like a chart at school where it's like a visual aid. Pam Tifa, you know, I'm still wondering if Pam Tifa and Richard are Chan Diddler's parents. Check that shit out. Or maybe, you know, I actually, now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever seen Pam Tifa and Richard in the same place. Maybe Pam Tifa is Richard. That would explain a lot. Maybe they're the same person. I mean, hey, you never know with these goofy fucking people. Inside ICE Detention Center. Okay.
Manda saludos, manda saludos. Mande saludos, jefe. Mande saludos. Desde el pinche cantón de migración. Tenemos hasta muchachona. Hasta una muchachona. Civil A. How are you, Civil A? Aquí con la cámara.
And they acted like the alligators were in there with them. Like they were having breakfast dodging alligators. Like, you got to get out of the building first. And they don't have cells that's open in bays. It's actually, and you know what? That's like a short layover there. It's like just like they're just there to process their trip back to their country. And they compare this to a concentration camp. Like seriously, all jokes aside, seriously, just let me be really, really serious for just a second. As a Jewish American, you know how fucking insulting it is to me and to my family and to my people to have somebody compare this to Auschwitz?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what the cell phone policy is. I don't know how there's a cell phone in there, but this clip has really started circulating around the internet. And one of the biggest
I was in the same kind of room with the same kind of beds and the same kind of people at Fort Jackson, South Carolina for the United States Army Basic Training Extravaganza. I don't see what the fucking problem is. They got mattresses, they got bunks, it's all clean. Nobody was fighting or doing, oh, and that one guy was twerking, but whatever. It seems they didn't look like they were starving and freaking out. They didn't look like they were just chilling, didn't it?
observations I am noticing in a lot of these comments is that it is super clean inside these detention facilities, according to this video. But what you have to remember is that every single ICE detention facility is under the microscope right now. If there's one facility that is found to be destroyed and dirty and inhumane, that is going to be in the news tomorrow. So I'm not surprised that when you see clips like this, it's going to be spotless inside these facilities, if not nearly spotless. So again, I just want to point out for those of you saying, well, it looks pretty clean and everything looks put together. Remember, even Homeland Security in Chicago, they got in trouble for having some deficiencies within their own facility. So Homeland Security, they have very high standards with these ICE detention facilities to be nearly spotless and perfect. They are under the microscope as far as finding any excuse to put these facilities on blast, especially in the media. And speaking of the media has been given no choice but to actually report what's going on with Operation Catahoula Crunch as far as how many people have been arrested. And the number is very high considering how vast this operation really is. We're not talking about an isolated area like Chicago in Operation Midway Blitz. It's really spread out. So check this out.
Of Homeland Security says more than 250 undocumented immigrants have been arrested since the start of full-scale enforcement operations last week. Although the agency won't answer our questions about how many of those people remain in detention, where they were picked up, or what crimes, if any, they may be convicted of. Tonight, DHS released photos of 9 men they arrested as part of the operation who they consider among the worst of the worst. Only 3 of them have been convicted of a crime, but they are serious. One man from Honduras, DHS says, was convicted of corruption of minors and had an active warrant in Pennsylvania. Another, who they say was previously deported back to Guatemala, has been convicted of felony sexual battery of a minor. And the third they highlighted is from Honduras and had been convicted for illegal entry. DHS has dedicated a whole new website to the supposed worst of the worst, and dozens of mugshots and names have been added to it in the last few days.
Okay, if you guys haven't already, you should go check out this website, because this website really is a direct response to accusations made against Homeland Security. That Homeland Security, they're not actually going after the worst of the worst, and not only that, Homeland Security, they're singling out particular race groups. Homeland Security made this website, and you can actually look at every single country. You can pick a country where an illegal immigrant is from, and Homeland Security will show you where all of the arrests are from that country. For example, let's just say you want to pick the country of Denmark. We're just throwing it out there. It'll show you every single person who's came into the country illegally from Denmark and has been deported. But this is a response from Homeland Security to show you that, look, we are deporting everyone from every single country, and you don't don't have to believe us. You guys can go look it up.
Teaspoon, you're in
I'm just trying to
charge.
let you guys know this website is more than just a regular portal. There's a lot of details you can find inside of this website as far as the different countries people are from, the type of crime, things like that. It's a pretty intense website.
Include men and women convicted or arrested for everything from serious violent crimes to urinating in public. But
it's everything. And by the way, I think to me that's a pretty serious crime. I wouldn't consider that a not serious crime. That's my opinion.
But there are no arrest dates on that website, so it's not clear if they were taken into custody during recent sweeps.
Okay, so let's talk about the protesters on the ground involving Catahoula Crunch. This is virtually not a thing. Protesters are always going to protest as far as immigration advocacy groups, but as far as the actual clashing, getting in the way, obstruction, we are virtually seeing none of that. And the couple of times we did see that, those people got stopped by the local security forces, not federal agents. So let's check this out. We might as well. Now, to be clear, we are seeing some ICE trackers and some people cross that line into pushing back against federal agents, whether that's obstruction or an attack, but this seems to be the majority of the clips we're seeing as far as protesters grouping together to protest Homeland Security. And Chief Bovino keeps saying the main reason for that is cooperation with the local partners and the state government of Louisiana.
A Border Patrol operation at a construction site in Slidell was captured on camera this morning. The video shows 3 people being taken into custody, seemingly with the use of equipment from the Slidell Fire Department. Rachel Hanley walks us through what we know.
In this cell phone video, 1, 2, then 3 men are led from the roof of an unfinished building and into a Border Patrol truck.
Now, I don't think we've ever seen anything like this. The use of a fire truck to help illegal immigrants get off the roof. So when we're talking about cooperation with local partners, I mean, that really entitles a lot of cooperation.
Activists described seeing a massive law enforcement presence.
But about a dozen vehicles of the Border Patrol, masked agents leaving the site.
The arrests took place Saturday at the Lakeshore condominiums, which are just east of I-10 in Slidell. We've said before that private entities like businesses can keep Border Patrol agents off their properties if they don't have a judicial warrant. But things are a bit more complicated in situations like this, as attorney Michael Cahagan explains.
Different rules apply whether it's a home versus whether it's in some sort of open area, a front yard or a backyard or a field or a construction site.
He says it comes down.
And it's really been this cat and mouse game between protesters or advocates who want to film or get in the way of these types of operations. A lot of times people will walk up and say, well, where's your warrant? Homeland Security has the warrant. And then what are you going to do from there? Protesters still keep asking, well, that's not the right warrant. Where's the other warrant? Which is why we covered these videos, because a lot of people just assume, well, these operations cannot occur. This is a private construction site, but that's not the case.
Down to whether someone in a space has a reasonable expectation of privacy. If they're in a house, even an unfinished one, with the doors closed, the law says they do. But if they're in something like the frame of a building, the law says they don't. That means law enforcement can come onto the private property even without a warrant.
Which is why a lot of advocacy groups are like setting up basic training or at least a basic entry-level education course as to what you can do and not do. We've already covered that on my channel, where we've actually highlighted training events showing people when you can not interfere, but when you can show up and start inquiring and asking, what are you doing here, Border Patrol?
So they can walk up to somebody and say, what's your name? And if they say their name and they have a foreign accent, then that would give the government reasonable suspicion that the person is not a United States citizen.
We reached out to Border Patrol Saturday asking for details about an operation at 3900 Lakeshore Boulevard in Slidell. A spokesperson responded with details about what seemed to be a different operation. They said Border Patrol agents tried to pull over a man in Metairie. They say he refused to stop, crashed through a gate into a work site, then got out along with 2 other men. They say the men climbed onto a roof, knocking over a ladder an agent was climbing, and hitting another agent in the face.
Yeah.
With the help of Kenner police and firefighters, they say the men were arrested. There are some similarities between this account and the Slidell operation, like the number of arrests, but the locations are far apart. We responded asking again for clarification about what happened in Slidell.
And by the way, this happened in Chicago a lot.
Hey, Moxie. Wait, who said it? Oh, sorry, wrong person. It's Moon Willow. That's why I don't eat pineapple. That's exactly why, because it stabs you with little needles. Pineapple, like, screwed up my whole, like, throat. I ate a chunk of pineapple. It, like, ruined my whole life. It was horrible. I had to go to, like, a throat doctor and stuff. It was horrible. I'll never eat pineapple forever, for as long as I live. Never, ever, ever. Never again.
And this is when people started to realize, or Homeland Security started to realize, these attacks on Border Patrol agents, it's happening a lot more than people realize. And that's what we're seeing here. These operations being conducted, it sounds like, oh, Border Patrol is getting it confused. Homeland Security, they're messing up the report. No, it just goes to show how much is actually happening as far as trying to escape Homeland Security or the frequency of these types of operations in the area.
As of Saturday night, they have not responded. We also reached out to the Slidell Fire Department. In the video, you can see a fire truck labeled St. Tammany Fire Protection District 1, another name for Slidell Fire. That truck's ladder was used to get the 3 detainees off the roof. Some local police departments and other public service agencies have 287G agreements, which are formal partnerships with ICE and Border Patrol.
Yeah, and again, Louisiana, they're not a sanctuary state, but the city of New Orleans, they are operating as a sanctuary city. So a lot of these operations, they're just occurring outside of New Orleans. If New Orleans doesn't want to cooperate, that's fine. Kenner is just outside of New Orleans, its own city. So New Orleans is basically surrounded by a bunch of cities and territories that are working with Homeland Security, and then you just have New Orleans doing their own thing as far as no cooperation with ICE. Now, it turns out there's actually an entire 1 hour long live stream that did cover this entire event. We're not going to watch the 1 hour live stream, but I do want to show you guys, just like every other major operation or when something pops up, people typically do show up, and people did show up to this operation. There was a little bit of pushback, but again, what are you going to do? State troopers, the police, sheriff, they're not going to be on your side here as far as you causing a ruckus and trying to get in the way, which is why we're not seeing pepper balls being deployed, tear gas. We're not seeing clashes, but I do want to show you guys, advocates, protesters, they are still showing up and they are still filming and posting it on the internet. Okay, so I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Leave your comments down below how you feel about anything we just watched. Make sure to please subscribe. Make sure to please like the video. Thank you guys so much again.
I had a long talk with President Zelensky.
Hold on, I feel like I should probably preface this. Look, there's a lot of speeches that Trump is going to give. I want to cover them all. I can't cover them all. There's so many. I picked this one to cover. It's not that long. We're monitoring. We're monitoring everything. We're going to switch over to Rumble. We're looking at Tommy. We're looking at Shane. We're looking at BDF Blaze. We're looking at a lot of people to see what's going on. I have it up here. I got BDF Blaze here is from Bakersfield, California, and Portland. They're driving, so nothing really is going on. We're going to be monitoring the situation though, so don't think that I'm just going to do my videos and that's going to be the end of it, right? I'm not forcing you to watch something you don't want to watch. I'm going to monitor. If Tommy goes live, we will go right over to him and we will stop the foolishness with the videos and it will be a good time. Right? Absolutely. Okay, good. So we're all in this together. Prank, is your fucking computer working? I am also a fan of Rebby. Maybe for different reasons, but you know what? Never mind. Let's just watch this.
Also, I spoke with the heads of Germany, Italy, NATO, Finland, France, the United Kingdom, Poland, Norway, Denmark, and the Netherlands. We had very long and very good talks. And again, I think things are going along pretty well. 27,000 soldiers were killed last month. Shouldn't happen. Should have never happened. Should have never started. That war should have never, ever started. But it did, and we're trying to get it solved. That was Biden's situation. We're trying to get it done. And I think we're closer now, and they will tell you that they're closer now. We had numerous conversations with President Putin of Russia, and I think we're closer now than we have been ever. And we'll see what we can do. We want to save a lot of lives. We sell equipment to NATO. We don't spend any money, but we do want to see if we can save a lot of lives. When you're losing 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers, mostly soldiers, other people too, from towns, and like places like Kiev, various other places throughout Ukraine, it's pretty bad. Nobody's seen anything like it, actually, since World War II. But we're getting closer. We're having tremendous support from European leaders. They want to get it ended also. And at this moment, Russia wants to get it. And the problem is they'll want to get it ended, and then all of a sudden they won't. And Ukraine will want to get it ended, and all of a sudden they won't. So we have to get them on the same page. But I think that's working along. Very good talk. On day one of my administration, I signed an executive order making it core mission of the United States military to protect and defend their homeland. And today, we're here to honor our military men and women for their central role in the protection of our border, something that I campaigned very, very strongly on. And they made me look really good. They were unbelievable. They made us all look good. I mean, we went from having millions of people pouring over our border to having none in the last 8 months, none. In a few moments, we'll officially recognize their service by awarding them the Mexican Border Defense Medal, which is a big deal. We're joined for this occasion by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Attorney General Pam Bondi, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, Commander of U.S. Northern Command, General Gregory Gio, Commander of the Southern Border Task Force, Major General Scott Noman, Command Sergeant Major Brett Johnson of the U.S. Army's 10th Mountain Division, Administrator of the Drug Enforcement Agency, Terry Cole, and many other members of our administration who have done an incredible job on the border. You know, people forget now that the border has been secure for actually 7 months, think of it, more. And they don't mention the border anymore. Nobody talks about the border. They talk about affordability, and we're the ones that are bringing the prices down. We were given the worst inflation in our country's history, and we're bringing the prices down. But the affordability is on the Democrats because they have made it unaffordable to be in this country, but we're bringing those prices down, and they're coming down quickly. Energy is coming way down, and if you look, gasoline prices are hitting in many locations $1.99 a gallon. Nobody thought they'd see that. There were $4, $5, and $6 a gallon under Biden. In the 4 years before I took office, our southern border was surrendered to criminals, drug cartels, human traffickers, and child smugglers. Our entire southwest border on the Mexican side is under the physical control of cartels that are among the most violent entities nobody's ever seen anywhere on the planet, the most violent people on the planet. Remember when the Democrats and others, the radical left, used to say that the people they're allowing into our country, immigrants, are nice people. They're not violent like our people. Well, they make our people look like babies. These are some of the most violent criminals anywhere on earth. from many countries, not just Venezuela. Venezuela emptied their jails into our country, but others have also. The Congo has. So many other countries have. And we don't put up with it. I have to say the drugs coming in by sea are down 94%. And we're trying to figure out who the other 6% are. But they're down 94%, and we're going to start hitting them on land, which is a lot easier to do, frankly. But these are a direct military threat to the United States of America. They're trying to drug out our country. And you can look throughout history. Look at China when they were loaded up with drugs. They were suffering greatly, and others were able to take them over. And other countries also. They're trying to drug out our country, and we're reversing it rapidly, actually. But with the help of our great service members, we've stopped the invasion in its tracks, and we're dismantling the cartels very rapidly. And they are being declared enemies of the United States of America. They have been so declared, legally declared. More than 25,000 warriors have served in this historic operation. It is indeed an incredible and historic operation. And we've never done anything so effectively, and we've had a lot of victories. They've spent night and day enduring scorching hot and bitter cold, and they've given up their holidays and their weekends, working with the officers of Customs and Border Protection. Our armed forces have already conducted nearly 13,000 patrols along the border, and today we give these great warriors the recognition that they have earned, and they have really earned it. The military component of our border security efforts is just the beginning. We're also designating the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, a big deal from a legal standpoint and military standpoint. We've ended catch and release, and we endured and ensured that anyone who sets foot across our border illegally is intercepted, arrested, and immediately deported, or if they're really bad, they're put into prison because we don't want to ever take a chance if they come back. As a result, illegal border crossings have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded in the history of our country. Think of that. The history of our country. You can all be very proud. For the past 7 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States of America. We inherited the worst border in the history of our country, one of the worst borders, I would say, in the world. I can't imagine any border in the world being worse when they allowed 25 million people to come in. And again, many of these people are gang members and from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums. And some of the worst people on earth they allowed to come into our country. We're getting a lot of them out. We've made a big dent. And the self-deportation is something nobody talks about, but literally millions of people are self-deporting because they don't want to be captured. Once they're captured, they don't have the chance to self-deport. They never have the chance to come back into our country. We inherited that border from an incompetent administration and turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. So we took the worst border in the history of our country, and in a period of 2 months, we turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. During this time, we've also achieved a 50% drop in the amount of fentanyl coming across the border, and China is working with us very closely and bringing down the number and the amount of fentanyl that's being shipped. You know, fentanyl is very bad when you mix it with certain ingredients, but it also is very important for medicine, for anesthesias, various other things. I want people to understand that. It's not made necessarily for bad. When it's mixed with certain things, it becomes bad. And that's what's taking place in Mexico. And we've got it down to a much lower number, not satisfactory, but it will be satisfactory soon. In May, we executed the largest fentanyl bust in the history of the U.S., seizing 3 million fentanyl pills all at one time. Think of that, 3 million pills. It's amounted to billions of dollars worth of drugs. And last month, we seized another 1.7 million fentanyl pills in the state of Colorado, the poorly run state of Colorado, with a governor who's incompetent, and frankly, with a governor that won't allow our wonderful Tina to come out of a jail, in a high-intensity jail, because she caught people cheating on an election, and they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating. She went over, she looked at one of the election scams going on, and because she did that, they put her in jail for 9 years. The governor of Colorado is a weak and a pathetic man who was run by Tren de Aragua, the criminals from Venezuela, took over sections of Colorado, and he was afraid to do anything. But he puts Tina in jail for 9 years because she caught people cheating. And when she walked over and got involved in it, they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating. She caught people cheating on the election, 2020, along with a lot of other people that cheated on that election. You'll see that coming out more and more. But there's no doubt that America's adversaries are trafficking fentanyl into the United States, in part because they want to kill Americans. If this were a war, that would be one of the worst wars. I believe they killed, over the last 5 or 6 years, per year, 200 to 300,000 people. You hear about 100,000, which is a lot of people, but the number's much higher than that. That's been proven. And they've destroyed a lot of families. Because when they lose a child, or even if their child is heavily addicted, you lose that family. The family will never be the same. That's why today I'm taking one more step to protect Americans from the scourge of deadly fentanyl flooding into our country. With this historic executive order I will sign today, we're formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, which is what it is. No bomb does what this is doing.
What's up, Sam Tiger?
200 to 300,000 people die every year that we know of. So we're formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. But before I sign the fentanyl order, we will pin these great service members with their medals. And here today are the first 13 warriors who will receive the Mexican Border Defense Medal, which is a big deal. First, I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth and Chairman Kane to say a few words. I'd like to have Tom Homan come up, please, if you would, say a few words. And I want to thank all of the people, Pam and everybody, Stephen Miller, great Stephen Miller, what a job he's doing, for being here. Thank you both. Appreciate it very much. We have so many great people here. But I do want to ask Tom to say a few words also. So, Pete, why don't you start it off, please? Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you. I would echo what you said. This has been a team effort from the beginning. Tom Homan, Terry Cole, Stephen Miller, Pam Bondi, Christy Nome, Customs and Border Patrol, Protection. It has been one team, one mission to get 100% operational control of the southern border. You want to talk about America First, peace through strength and common sense? It all manifests in one basic phrase down there. Border security is national security. And we had the task of 100% control, and because of these men and women back here, we've achieved that. Nobody is crossing the southern border. And I want to give a big shout out to our Northern Command, General Guillot. From day one, our department didn't look at the border this way before you. Joe Biden allowed an invasion of this country. Tens of millions of people, drugs, gangs, violence, and the military jumped to it on day one with our partners. Ultimately, it was incredible Americans. There's 13 up here with us today. They all represent about 2,000 people who've served at the border so far. So 25,000 Americans qualify for this Mexican National Defense Border Medal that we're announcing today. And what's cool about this medal, it was actually first given out in 1918. So we're reviving an old medal that existed, was given to men and women who defended the southern border. We found out about it. We used the exact same foundry with the exact same imagery, same color, same medal, same everything. So our men and women will be wearing that very same medal as Americans 100 years before who were asked to defend the sovereignty of our country. President Trump was elected to do that. You have done that, Mr. President. We're proud of this mission. We're proud to defend the American people. And pinning these medals on is an example of how important it is to us. So thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, I want to echo your thanks and gratitude for the joint force. I also want to highlight General Guillot, General Nauman, and Command Sergeant Major Johnson, but also leaders at every level that came together, not just in our joint force, but in the interagency. And I want to specifically highlight our Border Patrol teammates and our Office of Air and Marine teammates, who, when I went down to the southern border and visited, were right there next to the joint force. I also want to thank not just these 13 individuals, but the joint force that was also down there and your families who poured in to make this deployment possible on the southern border. And of course, this time of the year, I'm always thinking about our currently deployed forces who are out there around the world doing our nation's business, and of course our fallen and their families who show us what courage and tenacity really are as they move forward after the loss of a service member. So thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Please.
You know, it's always an honor for me to be in the Oval Office with the greatest president of my lifetime. Yes, I said it, and I meant it. You know, I just got home last night. I toured the border in California, Arizona, and Texas. I did it in a four-wheel drive. I did it on the river. I did it from the air. Hundreds upon hundreds of miles of border. I didn't see one illegal alien. Not a single one. I've done this since 1984. I worked for 6 different presidents. No one's done more than President Trump. What he has done is gave us the most secure border in the history of this nation. Hard stop. I went to hundreds of miles of border and didn't see one illegal alien. Incredible, considering the Biden administration, we had 10, 12,000 a day, most released in the United States. I'm proud to be with these patriots behind me. I'm already proud to be in the Oval Office of the President, but being with these heroes, I met some of these soldiers down on the border. And actually, a shout out to Fort Drum, New York. We got some 10th Mountain Division here, so Elise Stefanik, Claudia Tennant, we all love Fort Drum and the 10th Mountain. So look, this is a game changer. I want to make something perfectly clear, because we get attacked all the time being inhumane. The Biden administration is much more humane. It's a bunch of crap. Because there's been studies done that 31% of women that make that journey through the cartels get sexually assaulted. They get raped. And not just the women, children too. I've done numerous investigations in that. Sex trafficking was at historic highs with that open border. Fentanyl, historic highs that killed 250,000 Americans. No inspector terrorists that came across the border. Record, historic. What happened under the Biden administration was the most inhumane thing I've seen in my lifetime. Now that the border is 96% decline, 96% less people are coming, how many women aren't being raped? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many women and children aren't being sex trafficked into this country every day? How many known suspected terrorists aren't just walking across that border? President Trump and this administration is saving thousands of lives every month. Hard stop. That's just a stone cold fact. I'm just proud to be a part of this. I work with Steve Miller every day. Steve Miller is one of the most brilliant people I've met in my entire life. President Trump brought together one hell of a team here, and the success proves. We all working together, one team, one fight. We're not done yet. We're going to keep going, and I guarantee you we can continue saving thousands and thousands of lives. Secure border means strong national security. Secure border saves lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, let's do the medals, and I'll be signing this. Maybe you'll do the medals first, and then I'll sign, okay? Please, goodbye yourself. Nice medal. It's not bad. That's a great job. That's great. Thank you. Great job. Great job, fellas.
Hey, Bip, you're an idiot. You're taking one piece of a whole huge long speech and you're completely taking it out of context. I suggest you go away and go learn some shit that's actually true before you say something that's going to get you banned. I don't ban different opinions. I ban people who have this thing called their own facts. You don't get to just make up shit and run with it. You're fucking wrong about what you said about Charlie Kirk. You're not right. Let's see what you said about Jews. Since how I'm a Jew, let's see what you said. Jews have gone on a millennia-old disinformation and psyop campaign to keep Christians from reading the satanic Talmud that says Jews are a lot. All right. Hey, Thip, why don't you go fuck yourself? Why don't you go watch somebody else? You're not welcome here anymore. How about that? You're not going to come in and say all kinds of dumb shit like that and insult my people. Go fuck yourself. I can't tell you what I really think because YouTube has stupid, dumbass rules. So, well, that's that. I need like a little video of me throwing people across the border in my wrestling outfit. Maybe I can get that dude, Fixer, to make me something, or just Ryan. Something like that. That's what I need. I need to play a little video anytime I deport somebody. That'd be nice. Suplex their ass over to the Mexico border. That'd be good. That's okay. Why even have mods? I have to do it myself anyway. I'm just fucking with you, Polly. Relax.
No auto pen. None, ever. We don't like auto pens, right? We don't like auto pens.
See, the thing is, guys, here's the thing, really, honestly, here's what it is. I don't mind different opinions. I don't. I mind a different set of facts. Because now you're working off the assumption that I'm wrong about actual facts. When the facts that you, well, not you, but them, right? Their facts are just made up bullshit. What that guy said was so out of context with what Charlie Kirk actually said. My brain can't process anybody like that. They've convinced themselves of all these wrong ass facts. And I'm not going to even, that's what I'm saying. There's a portion, seriously, there is actually quite a big portion. There's quite a big portion of our society and our country that is beyond the point of helping. I'm not going to even try. If you think that Donald Trump is a Nazi, if you think that it's funny that what happened to Charlie, if you think that I should take my daughter to a drag queen show and open the borders and defund the police and all this weirdo crap, if you get triggered by Tommy going out there and like these people, these Antifa clowns, like there's no hope for them. I don't want to be their friend. I don't want to like reconcile. I don't want to have a conversation. Jim Joe, what's up? Hasn't been a while. It's been like one day, Jim. That's fine. Whatever. Thank you for the $2, man. I'm done with them. I don't want to be their friend. Do you want to be friends with someone who laughed at Charlie Kirk 5 years later? Like, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I don't care who it is. I am not going to be friends with someone who thinks that like men should play in women's sports. And who should have their locker right next to my daughter's. That's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. If that's wrong, then I'll just be wrong if that's wrong. I'm not going I don't understand why seriously, I don't know if you knew this, guys, but I'm not a woman. I don't know what it's like to be a woman, but I'll tell you this. I've never met a woman that I wanted to be in the bathroom with while she was using it. That's gross. Why any woman would be okay with any sort of man being in there when she's doing her that is just not. Like, I'll go out of my way not to do that. I don't even want to go in the women's restroom when nobody else is in there and it's like empty. I still don't want to go. I don't.
How about gathering around me and we'll hold this up. Congratulations. It's an amazing job. Come on around. Come on around. Let's take a good picture.
Dark Sigma. Yeah, you're right. I am AI. Tony P in the house. What's up, Tony P? What's up, Griffey?
Fantastic job. You guys, fantastic job. Thank you very much. Great job.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Great job. What you've done is unprecedented. How about holding that up? You guys hold it up. Nice. Hold it up high. You deserve
Now
it.
I'll need to step away from the camera just for a second. This is almost half over. I'm still waiting on to see if Tommy's gonna be there. Let's see.
So I'm going to give you another medal, though, that may be more beautiful. I'm not sure it means as much, but it's really good, okay? This is gun medal. This is the one the military loves. So we're going to start, okay? Thank you, dude. Here you go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
It's pretty nice. Want to compare it? Let me see, compare it. Let me see how that looks. I don't know. That looks pretty good.
Thank you, Mr. President.
But that means something very special.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. President.
You can, what you can do, tie it around your neck. Just get a nice ribbon. I think you'll like it. It's special. We don't give them to many people.
I want one of those coins. What the fuck?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Come on over here. Come here. Look at this guy.
It's the man to be that happens.
That's 4 sides up big. That means a lot up there. Hey, General, come on over here, even though you have one. I gave him one. No? This general right here, General Raisin Cage. He's a great general. Thanks very much. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor. This is a fantastic moment. I haven't done this before. And the job they've done on the border is unthinkable. What they left us with, that they would have open borders with millions of people, 25 million people, probably more than that, pouring into our border, totally unchecked and unvetted. Now we have the opposite. And we want people in our country, but they have to come in legally. And they know that. And they know they're not getting through, so now they don't even try. So all of the death that Tom Holman talked about, the rape and the death and all the problem doesn't really happen because the caravans, a name I think I came up with, maybe not, but the caravans are very small. In fact, for the most part, they don't even exist anymore because they know they're not going to get through. In a little while, you'll be seeing I'm suing the BBC for putting words in my mouth. Literally, they put words in my mouth. They had me saying things that I never said coming out. I guess they used AI or something.
What?
So we'll be bringing that lawsuit. A lot of people are asking, when are you bringing that lawsuit? What? Even the media can't believe that one. They actually put terrible words in my mouth having to do with January 6th that I didn't say. And the beautiful words that I said, right? The beautiful words. Talking about patriotism and all of the good things that I said, they didn't say that, but they put terrible words. They actually have me speaking with words that I never said, and they got caught.
Tony
because
P.
I believe somebody at BBC said, this is so bad, it has to be reported.
Yeah, Tony. Yeah.
It's called fake news. So we'll be filing that suit probably this afternoon or tomorrow morning. I want to thank all of you for being here. If you have any questions, I guess you could ask, but this is really a day of celebration.
Hey, like and subscribe.
The job they've done
Please.
is
I love you.
really unprecedented.
Thank you.
So go ahead.
On Brown University, Mr. President, do you know what the motive of the shooting
Yeah, I
was?
do have one.
Was it was
No,
it
we
a
don't.
targeted attack?
No, it's,
I have a couple of them actually, but that's my best
and
one.
we don't, and we're going to see what happens. Hopefully, they're going to capture this animal. Hopefully, they're going to capture it.
Has Kash Patel told you why it's been so difficult for the FBI to identify who the shooter is?
Well, it's always difficult. So far, we've done a very good job of doing it with Charlie, with the various times this has happened. They've done it in pretty much record time. But you really have to ask the school a little bit more about that because this was a school problem. They had their own guards, they had their own police, they had their own everything. But you'd have to ask that question really to the school, not to the FBI. We came in after the fact, and the FBI will do a good job, but they came in after the fact.
Do you know if it was targeted, Mr. President?
No, they don't know that yet, no.
Sir, on the issue of drugs, is it accurate that you are considering an executive order to reclassify marijuana under the control?
We are considering that, yeah.
Okay. Are you planning?
Because
Wait, excuse me. What? Wait, wait. What? No. I did. I think my brain is playing tricks on me. Wait a minute. What did he just say?
you'd really have to ask the school a little bit more about that because this was a school problem. They had their own guards, they had their own police, they had their own everything. But you'd have to ask that question really to the school, not to the FBI. We came in after the fact.
I did not hear that.
And the FBI will do a good job, but they.
I must have. I think I misheard something.
It was targeted, Mr. President.
No, they don't know that yet. No.
Sir, on the issue of drugs, is it accurate that you are considering an executive order to reclassify marijuana under the control?
We are considering that, yeah.
Okay. Are you planning?
Because a lot of people want to see it, the reclassification, because it leads to tremendous amounts of research that can't be done unless you reclassify. So we are looking at that very strongly.
Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Katie?
is it true that the reports that you rebuked the Israeli Prime Minister?
Please?
Are the reports that you rebuked the Israeli? Prime Minister for the hit on the Hamas general true? And is Israel undermining your efforts to be a peacemaker?
No, Israel and I have gotten along very well. My relationship with Bibi Netanyahu has been obviously a very good one. Look,
Okay, I can answer that question, lady. How can I answer this without destroying my life? Let me see here. Marijuana is currently classified as a Schedule 1 drug, which puts it in the same category as heroin and cocaine and serious drugs, and reclassifying it to Schedule 3 would put it into the same category as Tylenol 3 and steroids and things that are not that big of a deal. Like thousands of people would be let out of prison. Things with Svarter Brander, thanks for being a member. Lots I live in a place that they don't have this, but the dispensaries cannot use the banks. They have to be a cash only business, which if you can imagine having like $1 million in cash on you at any time, that's probably not a good idea, right? So now if it's rescheduled as a Schedule 3, they can people can go and use their debit cards or their bank. They can like have tax things, and it's more of like for the business of it all. But that takes away the criminal element of it altogether, pretty much. I mean, if they do that on a federal level, it would be reducing that to a crime that was less of a crime than, say, like speeding or like running a stop sign. Like, I don't understand a world where like tequila and like 100 proof alcohol exist and we're fighting over a couple of gummies. That sounds kind of ridiculous to me, but whatever. That's crazy. That the reason I'm shocked is that's completely and totally a Democrat issue, and no time in the history of Republicans ever has any Republican president said what he just said. Like, they're thinking about doing that. That's insane. That is so insane. Yeah, but it's super dangerous screaming. It's just very dangerous to have that much cash on you. That's just not, it's not okay. It's bullshit for the employees to have to deal with that kind of thing. I mean, I think that they should, I mean, I'd be in favor of, I think that, I don't want to ban alcohol, but I think that having like over like 40 or 50 proof alcohol, I think is just, wow. There's no point to, you want to have your beer and drink some beer while you watch the game and eat some wings or do a couple shots at the bar with your friends, right? But you shouldn't be doing shots of rocket fuel, you know? Like, have you ever had Bacardi 151? The fuck? Have you ever had Southern Comfort? How about Wild Turkey? There's no reason for that shit to exist. Yeah, I know he's live. Let me see what I know Tommy's live. I want to see what he's live with, though. Hold on.
And select closed captioning.
Yeah, I don't even have an option.
We're gonna monitor this. He's trying to figure stuff out. We'll finish this Trump speech, and then maybe we'll switch over to Rumble early.
We took out.
We'll see. I'm looking at. I'm monitoring.
With that plane right there, we wiped out the B-2 bomber. We wiped out the
Tommy's stream.
Iran
Okay.
nuclear threat, and because of that, we were able to make peace in the Middle East. No, we've had a very good relationship with Israel. We actually have a very good relationship with just about everybody in the Middle East.
But was that a violation of the ceasefire?
It's Moon Willow. I have a lot of older viewers that use their phone to chat with because they watch me on their TV, and if they don't type in all caps, they can't see what the fuck they're typing. So all caps is 1000% allowed in my chat. Feel free to type in all caps all the time, everybody, if you want to. I will. I don't care. I don't mind at all. Not even a little bit. Don't be shy.
The strike on the Hamas general?
We're going to have to see. We're looking into that.
Mr. President, on the Syria ambush of U.S. forces, do you still have confidence in the Syrian president?
I do. I mean, this had nothing to do with him. This is a part of Syria that they really don't have much control over. And it was a surprise. He feels very badly about it. He's working on it. He's a strong man. And no, this had nothing to do.
Hey, just give me a second. I'm going to play the rest of this. I'm going to call. I'm going to message Tommy and see if I can help him what he's doing. We'll figure it out. Maybe we'll flip over to that. I don't know if he's going out or what. I don't want to switch to Rumble until I'm done, really, with my broadcast. But let's just finish this Trump speech, and then I'm monitoring Tommy. I'm going to text him, okay? I'll be right back.
What will the U.S. response be?
As a response?
Did everybody get that? Polly, did you get that?
First of all, thanks for honoring these heroes. The communists have lost Chile. The pro-Trump candidate, José Antonio Caz, won the elections. Do you think this right-wing wave in the Spanish world is due to your influence?
Well, we just had a good one in Honduras, as you know. Had a great election there. I endorsed somebody that was not leading, and he won the election. And we had a good one just a little couple of hours ago, I found out, in Chile. The person I endorsed, who was not leading, ended up winning quite easily. So I look forward to paying my respects to him. I hear he's a very good person.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. This year you fired Democrats from a number of federal agencies, and now going into 2026, there are some key regulators like the SEC, the CFTC that are going to have 0 Democrats. Do you plan to appoint Democrats to fill those empty spots, or do you think that federal agencies shouldn't have Democrat commissioners?
Well, do you think they would be appointing Republicans if it were up to them? So, we'll look at it. Look, we want to be fair, but typically they're not appointing Republicans. So you're asking me the question whether or not I'd appoint Democrats. But there are certain areas that we do look at, and there are certain areas that we do share power. And I'm open to that, please.
Mr. President, a number of Republicans have denounced your statement on Truth Social after the murder of Rob Reiner. Do you stand by that post?
Well, I wasn't a fan of his at all. He was a deranged person as far as Trump is concerned. He said he knew it was false. In fact, it's the exact opposite, that I was a friend of Russia, controlled by Russia. It was the Russia hoax. He was one of the people behind it. I think he hurt himself in career-wise. He became like a deranged person, Trump derangement syndrome. So I was not a fan of Rob Reiner at all, in any way, shape, or form. I thought he was very bad for our country,
Blue slips, Mr. President. Leader Thune doesn't seem like he wants to get rid of blue slips. Will there be consequences for the Senate if they
Well,
don't?
I think they should get rid of blue slips because as a Republican president, I am unable to put anybody in office having to do with U.S. attorneys or having to do with judges. In other words, if you have one, not two, you don't need two, just one. If you have one Democrat senator, where we have a lot of them, you have one Democrat senator in a state, it is not possible to appoint, because of blue slips, a judge. It's not possible to appoint a U.S. attorney. You see that happening. And I think it's a disgrace. I think blue slips are a disgrace. They've long since they should not be relevant anymore. This is a different world than it was 15, 20 years ago. That was a gentleman and gentlewoman world. This is a little bit different, unfortunately. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, what do you want to see Congress do this week as it relates to health care and the expiring ACA?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'd like to see the people get the money. I'd like to see all of the money that's going to the Democrat insurance companies. The insurance companies are making a fortune. They're up 1,700% and more, and they're taking in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, even trillions of dollars. And Obamacare gives you terrible health care. Just so you understand, Obamacare was set up, and I said it right from the beginning, for the benefit of the health insurance companies. They're making billions and billions of dollars. Their stock is through the roof. I don't want to give them anything. I want all money going to the people and let the people buy their own health care. It'll be unbelievable. They'll do a great job. They'll get much better health care at a much lower cost.
Would you like Republicans next year to just use reconciliation to do with health care exactly what you laid out, and they wouldn't have to worry about Democratic votes?
Well, that or knock out the filibuster. If you knocked out the filibuster, it would all go away. But we have a few people that wouldn't do that. It's crazy. Look, we should knock out the filibuster. And if you did that, we'd get voter ID. You'd have no mail-in voting. All things that make our elections dishonest. And you'd get a lot of other things having not even to do with voting. But Republicans should knock out the filibuster, and we should approve a lot of things. You wouldn't have January 30th looming, because you have the 30th of January looming. You know that, right? And if we knocked out the filibuster, it would be just a simple approval. But you have some Republicans that they're unable to explain why. If you ask them why, they're unable to explain it. They cannot win the debate. But they should knock out the filibuster. And frankly, they should get rid of the blue slips too, yeah.
Mr. President, the Democrats won Miami, where you won the election 1 year ago. Do you think it's because of Hispanic media like Telemundo that are publishing fake news about the ICE operations? How do you plan to win back those votes for midterms?
Yeah, well, I won that whole election. And, it's interesting. When I'm not running, we don't do as well. And I'm going to try and get that changed for the midterms. But we did have a big win in Tennessee, as you know. Matt Van Epps had a big win in Tennessee against a very strong candidate, attractive candidate, who a lot of people thought would do very well. And Matt won by a lot. And I won Tennessee by a real lot. You know, we had a great election. We won every single swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. And there's a thing that they have now, districts, which is a big deal. I think in a way it's the most important stat from the standpoint of, you know, looking at numbers accurately. So out of thousands of districts, I won 2,750 versus 525. Think of that, 2,750 versus 525. It was great. That's why the map, when you see a map of the election, it's all red, other than two little narrow lines on the other side. Please.
Sir, Jimmy Lai was convicted today in Hong Kong. Do you have any reactions?
I feel so badly. I spoke to President Xi about it, and I asked to consider his release. He's not well. He's an older man, and he's not well. So I did put that request out. We'll see what happens. Okay? Yeah, please, Katie.
Question about Ukraine. Now that the meetings in Berlin have wrapped up with Zelensky, is there a timetable for going to Moscow? Is a delegation going?
Well, I think that the delegation is largely there right now, actually. They're in Europe, and they met with those people that I called out before, the various countries, plus some others. They want to see it end, Katie. They want to see it end. I want to see it end. They want to see it end. I actually think that President Putin wants to see it end. You know, I've had good talks. We've had good talks with Russia, and I think they'd like to get back to a more normal way of life.
Just a follow up there. An Article 5 like deal seems to be emerging without NATO membership for Ukraine. If such a security guarantee is offered, what incentive is there for Ukraine to give up any sort of territory?
Well, look, you have, well, they've already lost the territory, you know, to be honest. I mean, the territory is lost. But in terms of security guarantee, we're working with Europe on it. Europe would be a big part of that. And we're working on the security guarantee so the war doesn't start up again. We don't want to have a war start up again. You know, as I said, with Thailand and Cambodia, two people I get along with great. And I dealt with them, and I called them, and I said, look, fellas, you got to relax. You got to take it easy. They lost. You know, they started the war again, and I got it ended. And things like that are going to happen, war. There's nothing pretty about war, nothing good, and there's nothing you can do to predict what's going to happen. But I think we've made a lot of progress with respect to Russia and Ukraine, I hope. You know, last month, it was close to 27,000 soldiers were killed, mostly soldiers.
Damn, Rebbe, what the
27,000 people, but mostly soldiers were killed last month
I broke every finger on both hands, my elbow, my wrist. I broke my nose 10 times. I almost had my ear ripped off. I had a hernia. I almost broke both knees. I hurt both knees really bad. Oh, and the worst one of all of them, the worst pain I think I've ever had in my life. I broke 2 ribs. Oh my God. Do not break ribs. What the fuck, man?
Russia versus Ukraine.
Is there a time limit on security guarantees?
Well, there's no time limit. The time limit is whenever we get it done. I mean, we're going to try to get it done. We're making progress. It's more difficult than anybody could have thought. I would have said that half of the wars that I got settled, some were going for over 30 years, that half of them should have been more difficult, and they actually haven't been. There's a lot of dislike between the two leaders, you know that, and so it probably makes it a little bit tough.
Have you spoken directly to Putin? Have you recently spoken directly to Putin?
Yeah, I have.
On Syria, Mr. President, on the U.S. troops killed in Syria over the weekend, why do we have troops in Syria?
Because we're trying to make sure that there's going to be and remain peace in the Middle East, and Syria is a big part of it. The new leader is a strong person, and that's what you need. This is a rough part of the world, and it's been amazing what's taken place in Syria. We got rid of Assad. We got rid of other people that were really bad people and that were in the way of peace in the Middle East. You know, we have legitimate peace in the Middle East, first time in 3,000 years, and we have 59 countries backing it. And we'll see what happens with Hamas. We'll see what happens with Hezbollah. But regardless, I mean, we have countries that want to go in and clean that out if we want them to do it. But they said, in the case of Hamas, they said that they're going to disarm, and we're going to find out whether or not that's true. Hezbollah in Lebanon has been a problem. We'll see what happens there. But there is legitimate, large-scale peace in the Middle East. And if there weren't, we wouldn't have been able to make all of those deals that we've made with the various countries. They would have never been able to do that. If, for instance, if Iran, if we didn't, with that B-2 bomber right there on the desk, if we didn't, of which we just ordered a lot more of the newer version, totally stealth. They could not see it. They knew it was coming. They had no idea where it was. It was pretty amazing, actually. Every bomb hit its mark perfectly, despite CNN trying to say differently. They didn't know. They just, hoped. They hoped that we didn't, but it turned out that they did. Atomic Energy Commission confirmed it. So did Iran confirm it. They got knocked to hell. But if we didn't knock out their nuclear capability, we would have never had peace in the Middle East, because you would have had a dark cloud hanging over Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and all the other countries, and they would have never, ever been able to sign an agreement. Yeah, please.
How soon do you expect that international stabilization force to be up and running in Gaza?
I think that it's, in a form, it's already running. In a very strong form, it's already. But it'll get stronger and stronger, and more countries are coming into it. They're already in, but they'll send any number of troops that I ask them to send. They want to see peace. We have more than 59 countries. We have many countries that aren't even in the Middle East, but they're fairly close to the Middle East. They want to be involved. So it's been pretty amazing.
Mr. President, this week a man named Keone Rodriguez is going to federal prison for creating crypto privacy software. The case was started under the Biden administration, but your DOJ kept it going and secured the conviction. A lot of people in crypto are saying that this man should be pardoned. Are you familiar with the case at all, or would you be interested
I've
in
heard
looking
about
at
it. I'll look at it. Why, you think he should be pardoned? Sounds like it. Sounds like, based on your question.
Many people in the
Rodriguez, we'll look at that, Pam. Okay, let's take a look at it. You'll have to tell me. I don't know anything about it, but we'll take a look.
On Friday,
Yeah, please.
Mr. President, market analysts are calling for a Santa rally. Typically, it's 5 trading days going into Christmas. In the first 2 trading days in January, that's a sign of market optimism. Do you anticipate, along with the historical low gas prices, that continuing into the first quarter?
Well, we've had the greatest stock market in history, Brian. We have a stock market that's gone up 52 times to new highs during a 10-month period, my 10 months. My first 10 months, we set a record. 52 days, we had the highest stock market in history, including a day ago. And I didn't look today. Maybe it's up today, I don't know. But we had 52 altogether, and there's never been anything like it. And the reason are the tariffs have brought vast amounts of wealth into our country. That countries that have taken our car companies, those car companies are all coming back. The AI is coming at levels that nobody's ever seen before. That's going to be a massive industry. Without the tariffs, we wouldn't have that. Chips are coming in, chip companies are coming in from Taiwan and other places, but mostly from Taiwan, which has almost 100% of the market. And we're now making chips, and we're not paying anything. It's not the CHIPS Act where they give billions of dollars to companies and then they just take the money and they run. That was under Biden. The fact that I set tariffs up, and that if they don't make their chips here, they have to pay a big tariff. In order to send them into the U.S., they have to be here. Tariffs really work, in my opinion, almost only in the United States. They've been used against us successfully because we had presidents that had no clue. But tariffs really work. We have taken in hundreds of billions of dollars with tariffs, and more importantly, we've taken in countries and companies where and even countries have sent their car making people into the United States in order to avoid paying tariffs. And they'll build a plant and they'll hire our people to make the cars. But we now have, as you know, Toyota just approved $10 billion in manufacturing plants in the United States using our people. Without tariffs, none of that would have happened. Tariffs have given us great national security. There's nothing like what's happened in the last 10 months. Tariffs have given us tremendous national security and tremendous wealth. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
And place signage. Clarify how data is being used, stored, and who it can be shared with. And routine and updated training on security status rights and protections for county employees. And I will pass it back to Garrett to talk about the funding action.
No funding.
We've been tracking what's going on in Hillsborough and Washington County.
No, fuck that. That's too much. Damn. $250,000 they want for some bullshit.
To not just to call out ICE, but federal immigration enforcement.
They need to defund, yeah, for sure, until they agree to start handing over the illegals that they arrest instead of letting them back out on the street, you guys. That's what's bullshit. They arrest illegals here, they don't tell ICE about it, and then they let them back out onto the street. That's the problem.
Assistance resource services for impacted families. We tried to cast a pretty wide net as far as what those resources would go to.
Thank you, Chef Steve. Of course, bro. I like being here with you guys.
Providers, us to get the money out the door quicker. And for those organizations and groups that don't
citizens,
I think this will be safe for YouTube. I think this will be safe for YouTube.
$10,000 to $5,000 grant program that would go to groups that are not currently contracted with the county, and the intention there is to.
Nah, they just want to fucking embezzle more money. These people aren't spending that shit on what they say they're spending it on. It's absolute nonsense.
So finally, this is the last slide here. Our next steps on this.
Fund the homeless and the veterans. Yeah. There's already so much money that goes towards homeless in Portland. It's ridiculous. There's so much help for these people.
Public comment, either in writing or show up.
Trust me, I've been homeless and I know if you want help, you can get help out here.
Then from December through February of 2026, those dollars that we were able to get.
Veterans, I think we should be funding veterans 100% more than what we are. We should be putting more effort into our homeless veterans rather than illegal invaders.
And then back in February, because the resolution sets up kind of a two-step to this, the board would consider an ordinance to put some of this stuff into law.
Who's city council? City council.
Community and employee serving items, kind of those additional items that we're still working through. Could be committed to.
Yeah, homeless industrial complexes in Portland. That's for sure.
Piece that Salome mentioned before. Next one.
If you guys want to see about that, go to Kevin Dahlgreen. I say it wrong every time, but go look at his Instagram and TikTok. Kevin Dahlgreen, DAHL Green. He does a really good job of showing how it is down here with the homeless. And the homeless industrial complex.
I'll be calling your names when it is your turn to speak, and we'll be elevating you to be a panelist so that others can see you and hear you. And so I'm going to pull up my notes with our speakers list.
Damn, now I'm nervous.
Oh, great. So on our speakers list, first up, we have Andre Miller. So I'm going to promote you up.
I don't know why, but my heart's pounding. I've never done anything like this, but
Ready?
I'm ready.
And it's about to come.
These people piss me off so much. It's hard for me to be like calm. I know, babe. I'm breathing. I'm ready.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and Commissioner Singleton.
Oh, you can't even see him?
Providing community this opportunity to speak on this important issue, championing real solutions in response to authoritarian behavior. My name is Andre Miller. I am here.
Yeah, I have
a
a little speech.
As a resident who believes deeply in responsibility of local government to protect its people. The sanctuary status resolution before you is not symbolic. It is clear.
It's not symbolic. Oh, you woke, mind numb imbecile, bro.
Multnomah County Democrats is fully supportive of the resolution, including the list of policy options recommended to support. Across Multnomah County, immigrant and refugee families are living with fear as a daily reality. Fear of being separated, fear of being kidnapped, fear of disappearing into a federal system that offers no due process.
They should have thought about that before they came here illegally.
Policy. These are our neighbors, our co-workers, our classmates, and even our family members. Sanctuary policies exist for one reason, to ensure that local government does not become an extension of federal abuse. They exist to draw a clear line between federal enforcement rooted in intimidation, racial profiling, and cruelty. Multnomah County has long said that it stands for dignity, inclusion, and human rights. This movement and moment, you are being asked whether those words still mean something when tested. A sanctuary resolution without teeth is not protection. And leadership without courage is not leadership. This board has the authority to act, to codify protections, to fund community-based responses, and to send a clear message that Multnomah County will stand up against actions that terrorize our residents. Years from now, this will not be remembered as a procedural vote. It will be remembered as a moment when you either stood between your community and failed to do so.
How many illegals live in their homes? Yeah, I guarantee they wouldn't willingly take illegals into their houses, but they expect them to take us to take them into our country. I'll be right back.
Immigration enforcement trains and facilities on updated protocols and affirms that everyone in Multnomah County deserves safety regardless of immigration status. This is not about politics. This is about who we are and who we choose to protect. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. And sorry, I misspoke. Our next speaker is Dina Feldez. And after Dina Feldez, we will have Simone Crow.
Not me, right?
Go ahead, Dina, and speak when you're ready.
Okay.
Oh shit, I got my mic.
Good evening, Chair Pedersen, Commissioner Singleton, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Dina Feldez. I am a third generation biracial Chicana. Born and raised in Washington. I am a mother of 6 adult brown children, grandmother of 4 minor brown children, director of a 501c3 peer-driven nonprofit housing provider with 31 locations in the Tri-County area. Today, I want to take a moment to talk about an issue that profoundly affects our community, specifically Multnomah County sanctuary status, the threat of ICE deportations, and the rising concern for the safety and well-being of our families. In recent
What happened?
for many,
Oh shit, I thought they cut me out. I was like, oh no.
The sanctuary status was a
Send ICE to her house.
community members could live without the
No more sanctuary.
from their home.
They're not gonna like what I got to say.
Yet despite
I can already tell.
the reality for many is market.
What is a woman?
I find myself stark contrast between the ideals of our sanctuary status and the daily fear many families, including mine, experience. As a biracial Chicana, I've always believed in the strength and resilience
Oh my God.
of cultures. But I must confess, my heart breaks.
Should I leave the camera pointed at them while I do the speech? I think I'm gonna.
With trepidation. They worry about being quick
Tell them if it's brown, flush it down.
skin. They carry the birth certificates and other documents with them when they step outside, not because they should have to, but because they feel they must protect themselves from an unjust system. Recently, we have harrowing stories of ICE kidnappings in our neighborhoods. Families are torn apart either in their homes or as they go about their daily lives.
Illegal tears. Charlie Kirk,
Of fear
God bless you. Bless you, Charlie Kirk. Give me the courage to get this out without stuttering.
I know firsthand the impact
What
this is having on my children, on my neighbors, on those I serve in my housing location. Many individuals are living in a state of constant anxiety, worrying about when and where ICE may strike. The trauma-induced.
They can't hear me. They would have already. Yeah.
Tearing families apart is creating pathways to criminality, substance use disorders, soaring ACE scores, and blatant distrust in our communities. Our tax dollars are supporting hurting people and causing lifelong damage that is irreversible. As a housing provider, we have had to put in place extensive procedures to protect our residents in case ICE comes knocking at our doors. We've implemented safety measures at our offices and all Transcending Hope homes. And we've engaged our community to ensure everyone knows their rights. Outside of Transcending Hope, we are delivering groceries and distributing alert packages for community members willing to support notifications of ICE in the vicinity. It is heartbreaking that in a time when we should be focusing on strengthening our communities and ensuring that everyone feels safe in their home, we are instead consumed with the fear of separation and deportation.
You're at time, Dina. If you want to finish up your last sentence, but you're at time.
I urge each of you to reflect on what
I don't know if my speech is 3 minutes, but I'll try to make it.
those who are
Yeah, I don't think it's 3 minutes by any means, but I'll just go with.
to advocate for the policy that protects us all and create an environment where our children can thrive without fear. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. Great. Next up, we have Simone Crow. Go ahead, Simone.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful.
Your time starts now.
Chair Vega Peterson and commissioners, my name is Simone Crow, and I have lived, worked, volunteered, and played in East Portland for the past about 3 years, and more recently have gotten involved with the Food for Immigrants program. Thank you
These people
for all
are.
the work you've done thus far and for considering.
They're so brainwashed, you guys. They don't understand reality, or they refuse to accept reality. Like they have to know deep down inside that they're wrong, that all we're doing is enforcing our border laws just like any other country, which is a good thing for this country. These people are dangerous, especially the radical Islam and the people that are here protesting against American values that we don't even know who they are. That doesn't make Americans feel safe.
Few specific questions and suggestions. When people are afraid to leave their homes, they get cut off from information and services. Directing funds towards community health workers will ensure that families in need know that they can apply for energy assistance, sign up for free food, or be connected to legal aid. Just to name a few of
And that all comes from tax dollars.
County services.
It's not.
I really encourage you to include this section about communicating to
Liberal
the
arts doesn't steal this.
including the district attorney and for the DA to allow for virtual appointments. It's also important for county employees to be supported in this time through barriers that American employees with U.S. citizenship do not have to be concerned about, including passing an international leave bank for bereavement and visa renewal travel. I urge the commissioners to consider mental health tools and for each of you to do what you can to tell immigrants that they're wanted in our county.
That's all they care about is more money.
In public spaces, media communication, visiting people.
No freebies for illegals. Nope.
Handwritten cards of care, which some of you have already done. Thank you for getting flexible funds to immigrants and immigrant families in need. Right now, small community-based organizations need to be prioritized. They have the relationships and the incredible staff to connect with the highest needs kids, moms, dads, and extended family.
Or soulless pupils. Yeah.
These folks
I
are
don't know
leaders.
how
They contribute to our economy.
I don't know her opinions or anything, but these three you could tell.
Thank you. Thank you, Simone. Up next, we have. Sorry. Up next, we have Birdie.
They can't wait to pick me till last.
Birdie, you can start when you're ready. Oh, you kind of cut out there. But once you start speaking, I'll start the timer.
Okay.
Birdie, you sound like you're very far away from your mic. Could you get closer to it so we can hear you better?
Oh shit.
Okay, not hearing from Birdie. We'll come back to you, Birdie. Next up, we have Erica.
I think this chick with the afro was at ICE with that little short guy that carries a pistol on his
I'm
hip.
not seeing Erica in the attendee list. All right. Erica, if you do join, just use the raise hand feature so we know that you're here, and we'll come back to you. After Erica, we have Elizabeth Knapp.
Birdie flew into a ceiling fan.
There you go, Elizabeth. Just to go ahead and unmute yourself. And when you start, I'll start your timer.
Hi, my name is Liz, and the reason why I'm here today is you may have seen the news articles in
I'm excited.
last week exposing what Legacy Amanda
Prime time, Alex Stein. Big dog, we need to get together.
relate to the illegal activity.
Shout out, prime time, Alex Stein. Pimp on a blimp.
They've been allowing ICE agents to just
Afro fabulous. Oh shit.
trample all over.
Call 911.
And I would like legislation to make a way to hold them accountable. I think that we can already hold them accountable just based on HIPAA violations. That
What up, Climatics?
Basically helping. They have not been supporting the staff in protecting the patient's rights to autonomy and rights to privacy. And they've been treating.
Remember, kids, if it has an apple, it also has a banana.
Their actual status in civil custody. So I'm here because I'm glad that we are having this conversation for sanctuary.
Bacon sounds really good right now.
I think that we should also be finding.
There's not one deaf person. Yeah, I guarantee it.
Protect people from private businesses.
And they have live captions, so what's the point?
So that they are not able to, to give them at the least amount of leeway possible to assist ICE in their unlawful actions.
Only liberals would have hair like that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Lawrence Miller. Lawrence, I'm gonna ask you to unmute, and whenever you start, I'll start your timer.
Break their mind with facts. I got a
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
pretty decent speech ready, I think.
Good evening, Chair Peterson, Commissioner Singleton. Thank you very much for holding this meeting and inviting our
The
feedback.
hair got a whole zip code on it.
I'm a Portland resident. I'm testifying today in support of these proposed changes, including the budget modification that's before you now. It would allocate funds to provide legal services for.
Look, there hasn't been one other person that's
organizations
is
providing
against sanctuary cities.
many families this year who have been
We
affected.
need to get
by
more
ICE raids.
people into these things and speak
People have in common, and that is a lack
for
of
ICE and
legal
against these retarded
no small part due to ICE's choice to deny
policies.
access, in some cases breaking the law in order to do so. This can and has resulted in the apparent disappearance of at least one member of my community in St. John's.
An illegal got deported, so what?
Families have shared with me so that you can understand
Whoop-de-doo.
how meaningful access to affordable legal services would immensely benefit communities like the one I live in. But there isn't enough time in just 3 minutes, and I want to make sure all the commissioners are able to hear these stories. So
Stories,
a more thorough written statement to the Board of County Commissioners.
stories, anecdotes,
You to read.
false stories.
Based on the time I sent it, should have been today.
The disappearance, you mean the deportation, just like we all fucking voted for? Come on now. Get some sense into their
Wrongfully detained
empty heads.
are being coerced into signing deportation orders because they have been denied adequate legal counsel, when in fact, they do have the right to plead their case to fight to legally remain in the U.S. Whereas some other detained people might know that they lack sufficient legal basis to remain in the U.S. and they just want to be sent home as quickly and safely as possible. And yet others don't actually know the full extent of their rights and legal status. So no matter who we're talking about,
It's comic.
all detained people need access to legal counsel in
I'll be
order
right
to
back.
receive
No testosterone. He's definitely a tranny.
or required to go. From the stories that I've gathered from my neighbors, I can tell you their families and our community would be much better off if all these people could stay with us and continue.
Share
to
the
be
live, you
mothers,
guys.
fathers,
Share the
grandparents,
live. Share the
coworkers,
Rumble live.
neighbors. We depend on each other, and their absence is extremely disruptive to all our lives.
Give them the business, Tommy. Oh,
The chaos and the trauma these ICE raids cause, which have tremendous consequences to our community. We really love our neighbors and we want them to stay with us. Please help those who have the right to stay. Help those who
pronouns are
want
no testosterone.
to leave in safety. The consequences for failure in this matter are severe. So please set the example for others and approve that budget modification.
Nah, he doesn't sound like an Edgar. He sounds like a liberal white dude.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. I'm just going to remind folks that we do have interpretation happening,
Duh.
different languages. And so folks can be mindful of that when they're speaking to make sure they're speaking clearly, and that you're not rushing too quickly through your words.
Not enough, Texas sass. Not enough.
I'm going to check back in on Birdie. Birdie, are you able to unmute and speak?
Man, you should have skipped Birdie.
Can you hear me? Okay, great.
Much better.
Thanks,
you.
thanks for your patience, and thank you everyone for that makes this happen, from the interpreters, and thank you commissioners for this chance. I live in Portland. I'm an intern at Multnomah County in direct clinical services, and I have coworkers in Vancouver. One who's one whose family member was detained for 3 days before he was released, and another family member who doesn't have immigration status, and they haven't been able to get any word of where he's at for 2 weeks. At Medicaid, I have not heard anything from leadership on how to support from our staff to our callers, to our care receivers. And it's been a little bit better at Multnomah County as an intern, seeing the emails come in. However, I have been in equity meetings where I've heard my colleagues that are staff on the front lines not really receiving the full report that they could receive. And so I don't know if that's like the packets of information signage, them knowing their legal rights, being able to help employees go behind a locked door with a sign on it that says employees only, like those kinds of things. I'd like to see, so I'm really excited to see this proposal and the budget, and I'd like some of that to be considered going towards training, especially frontline staff and supporting them. And that's, hopefully I'm talking slowly enough. My neighbors in my immediate apartment building are Mexican and Cuban, and I'm just torn. I'm a mess, and I'm not even the one targeted. So I'm just grateful that this conversation is happening. Thank you, everyone. That's it.
Thank
Oh,
you
they're
so
gonna
much,
hate
Bertie.
Tommy. This is gonna be bad.
Next up, bring this person up now. Next up, we have Jose Luis Garcia.
Of course. Can you guys hear me now?
Okay,
I muted my mic. I went to take a drive.
Yes, we can hear you, Jose.
Okay, so thank you, Chair Vega Peterson and Commissioner Singleton for passing this resolution. My name is Jose Luis Garcia. I am Executive Director for Juntos Northwest, and also we work on a network. We coordinate a network called Latino Providers, and we sent a letter to you all about what was happening. And so I really thank you. What I was going to say is totally different now because of this resolution that you just passed. That really helps our community. I'm first generation Mexican, and that means that I was born in Mexico. My family came here, to do better for ourselves. We didn't come here to be criminals. We came to do better. We didn't
You weren't
have
coming here to do better. You would have followed the law.
to be able to survive. And so we
911,
my parents sent where he would give myself and my brother schooling enough that we became professionals.
Why do they get to skip the line, though? That's the point. Why are they skipping the line in front of legal immigrants? Why do they think that's perfectly okay?
Yes, we added to the economy because we're all, we rent or we purchase homes. So we are doing things for we are adding to this economy. This is new. What's happening right now with this administration? Since I got here we came here in '89. So I didn't come because I wanted to. My parents brought me here again for a better life, and this is the first time that I see this happen in this country and in this state, and it's heartbreaking, and because there are so many people, such community out there. Oregon in Portland has diversified since '89 to now, like the taco stands, the Mexican stores, all the things that you see now. I remember if you went
or something else.
you had to go to Hillsborough, and now how the community is so enriched with all the things that and we have
Pisses me off. Your little anecdote doesn't matter, dude. Who cares what you've been through? If you guys came here illegally, that's not our fault. We are gonna enforce our fucking border laws. It's bullshit.
the way that we're being targeted.
Just because the last administration didn't enforce our border laws doesn't mean Trump's not gonna. Trump's a true president. Trump cares about the American people. He doesn't care about the illegals that want a better life, but yet they want to come here illegally. They want to break our laws the very first thing they do is break our laws.
We're able to mitigate some things that
Manny being Manny, what up, big dog? I'm not gonna curse.
If you don't do something.
No, I got a speech. It's just factual and to the point.
Based on the services that we provide. So focus specific services. Now we get a ding.
Look,
we get a minus.
Biden brought all those fucking illegals, and look what one of them did to our service men and women.
So I think
to our National Guard. Killed one, almost killed another. God bless them and their families. Pray for them and their families 100%. It should have never happened.
Bigger issue for
should have never fucking happened.
To prevent them from accessing healthcare. We are seeing changes around housing laws that's going to prevent people from being housed. So it is going to get bigger. And I think, as a community provider, as an agency, I think we need Multnomah County support to be able to deal with this on a larger scale, to help us not lose our funding and support the communities that we're serving now. We're
Jose, you're at time.
Okay, country-specific services have been needed for years in the state of Oregon, and now that we have a few more, we're in the verge of losing what we accomplished in the last few years. So we need your help, and thank you for your time. Thank you for what we've done so far.
Thank you, Jose. Next, we have James. I'm gonna unmute you. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Under the pronto, motherfucker, though.
I'll start the timer when you start talking.
Boring as fuck.
Are you saying Jane?
No, sorry, it's Jame in here.
Okay.
Jame.
Is it Jane? Yeah, that's me, Jane Berlin, because I saw a thing come up that says tap to unmute or something like that. Anyway, my
Christ is King, Albert.
that I would like
100%.
the county to address is returning to a time. I'm a midwife in an area hospital, and I've been delivering Oregonians for 30 years.
Pimp on a blimp, baby.
I have patients that are afraid to come to their prenatal appointments and even worried about coming into the hospital. And I would like us to return to reestablish that the places that in the first Trump presidency were safe for people to be.
God, that's what you taught me to speak the conviction. Thank you, brother.
Acknowledged by the president as places that they can't
No,
enter.
they haven't called on me. I signed up hours ago, too.
That of hospital, school.
No more anchor babies.
And I do not want, should nor there ever be, an ICE agent coming into my hospital unit where women are laboring and delivering babies. And
Quit trying to have anchor babies in our country, then, you damn illegals. Return to sender.
People say
The baby and all.
that kind of thing or proclamation on the part of the county is not necessarily something that they are going to respect. However, that doesn't
Abortion is murder.
Shouldn't do it, because the bending a knee in advance of actually having them defy what the county reasserts. Yeah, we get that you don't acknowledge these places as safe places anymore.
What is he even doing?
We're sort of off limits before. However,
What is this?
in our county, you are
That looks gay, bro.
And also, I would really like the county to say, at least we can try and say, this is what we affirm. This is what we believe. This is what we want to see happen in our county. But if we don't even try that, then certainly they only gain more and more and more power. The other thing is, I'd love for the county to say, in our county,
How can that lady on the bottom right even see how that wig she's wearing?
license plate on them, and you will not go around as masked goons arresting our citizens. I mean, that is just absolutely ridiculous. So I would love to see the county add that
I don't know what he's
to their
doing.
resolution. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Coda Girl, thank you for
That's okay.
All right.
subbing over on Rumble. Thank you so much. That's awesome.
What's this here? Next up, we have Ana Munoz from
Man.
Latino Network.
My pronouns are fuck off.
You.
My pronouns are deport illegals.
I'm not seeing Anna in our participant list. Anna, if your name is written a different way, please let me know by raising your Zoom hand, and I'll call on the hand. But while I'll go to the next person.
I should have used a different name.
Our next speaker is going to be providing their comments in Spanish.
Oh, shit. This is America, motherfuckers. Spanish. You better have somebody translating that shit to English.
Either pop up in the attendees. Go to our speaker. Our next speaker is also going to be providing testimony in Spanish. Maria Delgado.
Hell no.
So Maria, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hola, buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Nobody understands.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es María Delgado, comisionada Singleton y presidenta Jessica Vega y señorita.
It just says speaking Spanish.
Gracias por esta reunión.
It just says
Migrante, miembro de la comunidad, líder y activista.
nobody understands what the fuck they're saying. How ignorant is this? They don't even have an interpreter from Spanish to English. This is America, for the love of God, dude.
Y residente de la ciudad de Gresham por más de 15 años. Solo quiero dejar saber que me preocupa cómo es que no hemos
God.
estado preparados.
Look at her. She's like, I don't understand this. She don't care what we have to say anyways.
Yo fui parte de la redada del 2007 en la compañía del Monte.
This, hey, we gotta deport. Quick, call 911.
En ese tiempo,
Shit.
fue un caos que esta vez que estamos peor.
Even the sign language guys, like, I don't do sign language in Spanish, my guys.
Un moment. I'm gonna
Es muy
get the.
She don't speak Spanish.
pidiendo, pero se nos están yendo de las manos.
María.
También quiero dejar saber que la ciudad de Gresham es parte del condado de Multnomah. Y eso vengo diciéndolo por años. Ya que
Trauma dumping in Spanish.
siempre caen más en Portland.
Oh, fupa. You can tell she's a fupa lupa.
El odio, el perfil racial en las escuelas, tiendas y con la policía, específicamente con la policía. Ocupamos los recursos en Gresham.
Can't even do English. Yeah. Eleazar, he can't even do English right, let alone Spanish.
Nuevos programas y se necesita.
She's trying to pretend like she understands what she's saying.
El día 9 de diciembre se fue a la
See, they don't come and assimilate to America. They don't learn English. They don't want to use English.
No lo tomaron como emergencia. Dijeron que hasta el día 6 de enero, entonces para ese tiempo estamos hablando de que ya va a ser muchas detenciones. Yo no lo sentí que lo vieron como prioridad. Por favor, vean
Attack of the fupas.
como la necesidad. De igual manera,
In the same way,
he
because
sido parte de que me ha tocado el racismo
we are living with the
con la
race
policía
and with the police
en los lugares de
and the
tiendas.
place on the store.
Ustedes saben que
They provide no translation whatsoever, you guys. That's insane.
a pesar de no tener una educación
Besides, we don't have the
universitaria
education, probably we don't have college education.
Sorry, no comprendo.
para salir adelante
We work
y
so
contribuye.
hard and we come up.
Confío y creo en
I
ustedes.
believe in you guys.
Doy mi voto
Count on you guys.
y creo que de igual manera
And
necesitamos
I
ese
think that in
apoyo,
the same way,
no
we
nada
need
más
help.
para mí, para mi
And not
comunidad.
only for me, but
Miedo,
and because my
demasiado
community
miedo.
is fear. They have a fear. They're
Soy
scared.
parte de
And I
diferentes
am
grupos
different groups.
y sin el idioma inglés
Without speaking
he
English,
podido estar para poder
and we
dar mis
still continue.
opiniones.
They're still going. Damn, it's been longer than 3 minutes for sure.
I'm coming for the Lord.
Y creo
And I
mucho
believe
en
it.
ustedes.
I believe in you guys.
Muchas gracias.
And thank you so much.
Deport.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you, Dahlia, for interpreting. We're gonna go to our next speaker.
Come on,
Our
Afro
next
man.
speaker is Edith Gillis. So Edith, I'm gonna find you in the attendees.
This is ridiculous, dude.
When you are ready, you can come off mute.
Thank you very much. I'm so glad that you're concerned about this and you're doing something. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead and start.
I want you to make sure that you have
Flag.
for all Multnomah County properties to have ADA accessible private safety rooms where they prohibit
Something else.
immigration enforcement or trespassing or mercenaries doing so. And that this could be in your buildings, in parking lots and parks. And that the same thing is required of those who are subcontractors for Multnomah County with the funding. And that it would be also for hospitals, ambulances, courthouses, schools, and places of worship and childcare. I want you to make sure that you encourage and do public education and influence to create a culture of mutual caring and community. You can't, while you may not mandate that others provide these safe homes, but you use your bully pulpit to encourage and inspire, and that you provide free access for or encouraging folks to use the Multnomah County Library to make copies for these proper agreed upon signage to say where it's private and no trespassing is allowed by people chasing after folks to make sure this is a safe place for folks to go. Promote safety spaces, the signage, local businesses and nonprofits. Distribute and promote virtual know your rights training, neighbor watch training, legal observer training, accessibility, grief support, and materials in different languages that are culturally appropriate, free whistles and instructions, and the use of phone numbers and websites. Please provide free mental health services to those who are victims of terrorism and trauma from the violent crimes, kidnapping, assault, trespassing, assault, deportation. Free copies of documents. People need to have multiple copies and they cannot afford that. Assistance, and I'm talking about documents like birth certificates, driver's license, etc. Assistance in transportation for people and having shelter as they visit their loved ones or try to find their loved ones at detention centers, as in Tacoma. Fine and ban facilities that are doing this harm. Deny the use of Multnomah County Jail. Provide free food rental assistance. And encourage the support of those in mutual aid.
I sat back down and all I see is repeal the 19th. You guys are savages in the chat, bro. I fucking love you guys.
Precedent legal enforcement, which is a felony. And those who are not following best practices in legal, if you're not doing what a law enforcement should be doing, then
I got signed up, Josh. Yeah, for sure. I signed up, but I don't know if they're gonna. I should have used a different name.
And we need to have these folks that we are paying for law
I think she's been to ICE. She looks hella familiar.
Of mass folks or adopting people or raping them, we would prosecute them. We don't know that these people are law enforcement or not. They could be any other gangs of criminals and doing human.
It is here at time. Do you want to wrap up your last sentence? Go ahead.
For bereavement, travel, family separation for employees.
Cartels made over 70 billion under Biden in illegal immigration and illegal alien. That's insane.
Next up, we have
Come on.
Kiera Sagala.
Man, dude.
Find you.
She's not gonna play anybody that she thinks is. They better pick me to talk, bro. I'm gonna be pissed. Tommy O'Alino. Tommy O'Alino.
There you are. All right. Go ahead and speak when you're ready, Kiera Usagawa.
Sorry.
Jarvis' new alias, Juan.
I can come back to you. That's fine.
Thank you.
No problem. All right. Let's then move on to our next speaker, Kelly Caldwell.
My name's easy to say. You can pick me next.
Yeah.
Thomas the Train. Yeah, there's still quite a bit of time an hour left.
Seeing
That
probably-
they said it was from 6:30 to 8:30. So hopefully they.
Next up on our speaking list is we have Representative Lamar Wise.
Tommy Gonzalez.
Go ahead, Representative, whenever you're ready.
Tell Thomas. Tommy Two Tone. My mom used to say that shit when I was young. Juan Allen.
Hello, everyone. This is Sarah Arbuckle, Representative Wise's Chief of Staff. I believe our staff signed us up just to be present here, but not to speak. The representative does plan to give testimony at the board
El
meeting
Chapo.
later this week, though. So we look forward to seeing you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry about that confusion.
No worries.
All right. I'm going to go back to see if
What?
Erika was able to join.
Just go on to the next people, man. I know you see my name, you fucking Afro
Not
lady.
seeing Erika pop back in.
Yeah, you see me on there.
Moving on to our next person then.
Underlay. Tommy Banapple.
I see Annie Rivera is up next. So Annie, whenever you're ready, you can just unmute yourself and I'll start your timer.
Hi, this is Annie Naranjo Rivera. I'm the state director of the Oregon Working
This
Families
is some
Party.
bullshit.
Thank you for putting this together. I actually was not planning to give testimony today. However, I am really grateful that you're moving this forward. We have been engaged in work around the state and
Oh, shit.
with so many folks who are impacted. Myself being the daughter of a
Shout out Arturo. We love you, bro.
I know
Arturo at the Daily Discourse. Let's go.
it really is a crisis.
Say my name. Say my name.
So appreciate your work and moving forward these policies.
Thank you, Annie. All right.
I raised my hand.
Let's go to
I can't unmute until they pick on me.
refreshing my list to make sure I'm not missing anyone.
You are missing me.
Pre-signups. Mercedes is next. Let's give Mercedes a second.
They're not picking him on purpose. We all know that, right? I don't think they're going to pick him.
There you are.
Oh, let's do a
Go
poll.
ahead. Mercedes, whenever you're ready, just unmute.
Good to see you tonight, Chair Vega Peterson and Commissioner Singleton. Thank you so much. My comments today, I will say, I don't have a lot of comment on the underlying language that you are evaluating.
And
I feel like that's no surprise knowing who is championing this.
Do the poll.
It is truly a reflection of listening and truly a reflection of understanding the complications that we are under. And I really appreciate that the declaration of emergency has already been called. Didn't wait for that, but did it once you were ready. Appreciate looking for resources to support the community as well. Most of my comments will be more about kind of the what comes next, because I think the language is definitely pointed in the right direction. When it comes to contracting, I want to already share that we've gotten outreach from departments about flexibility and deeply appreciate that. However, this is also happening at the same time where contracts are being evaluated to remove diversity and equity language, to remove references that we have any kind of specialization or recruitment targets, expectations for services to diverse communities. All these pieces of our language are being removed, and we're told that more is coming.
you know they see me. I got my hand up.
Reviewing the implementation of this new resolution to relook at some of that work and make sure that it's still in alignment with the direction you want us to go, and that we haven't
Get 'em, boys.
federal regulations now that we know exactly where that's taking us. I've heard some staff are looking at the city of Portland's work as something to mimic. I would ask you to please not follow them down that rabbit hole. The city attorneys have actually recently asked us to start changing language on our public facing website. I think they are going in the wrong direction. I would also ask that, as in other parts of work, think about how you're feeding this narrative. It's been really unfortunate to hear so much negative commentary over the last few days about the deflection center and about how we need to punish people more and punish them more harshly because we think they may have committed crimes. It's that same thinking that has emboldened this administration to attack our community by calling us criminals. And if one can say that, then tell me it's okay to treat people however you want. So please make sure that we're aligning all of our talking points and how we talk about people, even if it's people we think will be.
Timo Oprah gonna block me.
Deeply appreciate the state alignment and the call for text. We know this is going to take a community effort. However, I noticed in this legislative agenda, we're not in there. There will be bills to look at profiling, to look at additional funding for legal assistance, data privacy, school notification procedures, even addressing the.
You could see the look on her face change.
When I read your state legislative agenda, it doesn't look like you're going to be there with us. So please clarify that if that's not in fact the case, because your resolution and your declaration definitely say
Your community is illegal aliens. That's bullshit. We need the National Guard here like yesterday.
folks are like on our side.
And we need more ICE out running around in Portland and Seattle and all of Oregon, grabbing them all up off the street. Because they all hang out together. So if you find one, you're going to find many more.
So let's find ways to support their work, even if it feels a little hard, because we know that they're not in a place to pass that legislation at the federal level.
Yeah, they didn't respond to it.
Also to think about, what do we want our law enforcement to do?
We want them to hand over illegal aliens.
Be doing, and how we protect our local resources for local work. But as this continues to get more and more
Bill's
violent,
burrito.
at which point do Multnomah County residents need their law enforcement to do something? I'm not exactly sure what that is.
I signed up for this meeting hours ago, you guys.
Tools
Hours
to
ago.
the community, not just reasons to stay away. And I fear this is a long-term problem we have to solve. So as much as we focus on the triage right now, which is exactly where we need to be focusing, keep those families housed, keep them warm.
Is there a lot of people at ICE?
While they try to figure out how to deal with the larger chaos, but also in thinking about long-term strategic planning. How do
Shout
we
out MDG Gaming if you're watching. We love you, bro.
to fix what they have broken?
You're at
Thank you all so much.
Mercedes.
Yes, thank you all so much for tonight.
Thank you, Mercedes. Great. I'm gonna go back to Kiera Usagawa. Are you ready now?
Sure, I can go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Kira Usagawa. I'm just here as a community member, also involved in the Deportation Defense Coalition Oregon. Just wanted to say that our biggest need is both on housing for families who have been affected by deportation and detention. There are probably hundreds of families who are either at risk of eviction immediately or have been evicted due to losing their sole income earner. So protection for families who are going to soon be on the streets, who have or expedited work permits, just anything to support folks doing mutual aid or
House veterans before illegals. That's a fact. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with these people's brains to think anything other than that.
Also, if there's anything happening or possible to provide an eviction moratorium to support the
MDG, do you see anything happening at ICE?
Great to help us buy folks some time, or even temporary housing, motel support, emergency shelter. do like for families who are facing imminent eviction. Yeah.
It's bullshit, dude.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm now gonna go to Kayla Asakawa. Kayla, go ahead and
My name's easier to say than that. I'm telling you.
Chair Vega.
They are skipping my name, bro. This is starting to wow me up, baby.
My name is Kayla Asakawa, and I'm proud to serve
ICE provides shelter.
as a legal assistant.
ICE does provide shelter for illegals until they send them home.
Fully support this commission's leadership in both declaring a state of emergency to address the community impacts related to ICE and in improving our sanctuary policies to support our Multnomah County neighbors. SOAR Legal has been providing immigration legal aid since the 1990s. Our Multnomah County office is on the Halsey and 79th in District 2,
Mike,
but also right
Tech. Who's Mike?
between our Multnomah County and Washington County offices.
There's no Mike on here.
3,000 low-income immigrants from over 80 different countries. We have never seen it this bad. We are receiving over 100 calls every single day from the community.
This is some bullshit. They see my hand is raised. Trump is not stopping. None of this shit is going to make a difference. Trump is still going to deport all illegals.
More than just these ICE actions, President Trump is also stripping law.
Make sure you guys are following me on X and Rumble, please.
Ukraine, Cuba, 18 countries in total. Our staff speak more than
Follow.
members of these communities.
Tommy for Trump 420 on X and Tommy Boy Freedom 31 on Rumble.
Having legal services means finding different ways to give immigrants pathways to status.
No American names allowed. That's
We
terrible.
must provide critical immigration legal services to the most vulnerable, preventing the imminent risk of deportation, and also just standing with our neighbors. SOAR Immigration.
Can I give a thumbs up? Or?
Desperately needed services, including immigration legal services, know your rights trainings to keep families as safe as possible, family preparedness sessions, helping families get all the papers and contingencies and plans in place in case of ICE apprehension.
We gotta vote these fucking idiots out, dude.
And of course, solidarity. Thank you so much for the work that the county is doing to protect our community and for the opportunity to speak today.
Let's go. Come on. Be fair. Pick me. Come on.
Thank you, Kayla.
Don't just pick people that's gonna agree with your little ridiculous shit.
I'm gonna try to call on Kelly again.
See, this is some bullshit, dude.
Caldwell. There you are. Go ahead and unmute when you're ready.
Hello, thank you, Commissioner, and everyone who's taking the time for these important conversations tonight. My name is Kelly Caldwell. I am the Vice Chair of the chapter of Greater Portland National Organization for Women, and currently an at-large member for the state level National Organization for Women, and an active member of the Oregon Legislative.
I'm about to write another message and say, are you guys gonna allow me to talk? I signed up where I'm supposed to.
Sometimes hidden, but
Yeah, I don't think you can sign up once you
I'm
start.
looking for a better way to say. I'm going to say the sex-based impacts of violence that are part of what's happening with ICE. We talk to women from around the state, and we currently are working on some bipartisan initiatives. We have the opportunity to talk with rural women and women who are in different places.
Yeah.
And no matter what you think about immigration policy, all of the women that I've been speaking to lately, sometimes we disagree on policy, but we all agree that people should not be snatched from the streets. And
If they're illegal, they should.
activities.
Exactly what we voted for, you guys. What the hell?
I will say, on the streets, and lack of accountability, and the fact that it could be hard to tell what is
Retards talking retarded shit. I agree.
ICE and what is potentially even a false flag or a trafficker or insert word here. It's incredibly disturbing to our civil
That's all they want is money. Yeah.
fabric, and we think that this is about more than just what you think immigration should be in the United States, but an activity that is happening now that is unacceptable and that is harming women in so many ways, including.
Yeah, the illegals are harming women. Just ask Lake and Riley.
Safety.
Just ask Ivana. I can't never say her name right, but the woman who got stabbed on the train, the woman who got burned on the train.
Moving forward, and we hope that there will be space for
Oh, it's so
participants of
ridiculous.
different political stripes to join in solidarity together.
Thank you.
What's up, Spin?
Right. Next up we have Mesfin.
I'm about to fuck.
Mesfin, go ahead and unmute yourself when you're ready.
Wookie, wookie, wookie. Yep.
That's Mesfin Bashir.
I got my hand raised. It says right there at the bottom, your hand is raised.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Oh,
I
shit.
hear you.
It's Pedro.
Thank you so much.
Oh, shit.
My name is Masfin.
Can you hear me now?
I'm the president of the Oregon and Southwest Washington African CDC.
Oh, shit.
Commissioner Singleton, and all who testified on behalf of
It's
immigrants
Jabba.
and refugee communities, our families, friends, and neighbors.
This is Somalian.
We are the first organization who contracted with ODHS settling the newcomers since 2023 and 2024. New refugees, asylees, or who came through the border or through the plane. And we settled many
Alibaba. Timu Whoopi. What up, Brad? What up, big dog?
Success rate in settling the African immigrant refugees in Multnomah County and many other places. But these immigrants or refugees who came from
Leftist Tommy, and I'll be speaking next.
Supported,
I can't change my name. It doesn't allow me.
probably fell to the crack and came back. But beyond that, the others still among these refugees or asylees who have experienced health issues that not able to work, they are being homeless and mental health and other issues. And these people, the first contact that they have is our organization. So they have been calling, for many problems like rental.
They give the illegals the most time because it's more important to them than Americans. That's bullshit. No, Americans should take first priority,
Tony
especially
P.
being our tax dollars being
1999. I
used.
love you, man. Thanks,
So
man.
over it.
Appreciate it.
Refugees and asylees from 17 countries, almost 1,000.
Love you too, Spin City, bro.
We have having
Shout out Brooklyn and Rylan in the chat.
all other things and due to funding. So how
long are they gonna let these motherfuckers talk, bro?
Organizations like us.
This is they're being racist, bro.
To sustain.
They're being hella racist against me.
To make the quality of life better for all those people is just a comment I want to make. And thank you so much for all of you for the services you provide on behalf of all.
Change my name to Capol.
Immigrants and asylees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mesfin.
You see me.
Okay. All right. We are about 5 minutes till 8. So we have time for 2 more speakers before we go over to question and answer. I am gonna call on Alicia Gleason. I'm not seeing her in the attendees. So we'll go to our next person. Our next person up is Robin Stevens. Robin, I'm gonna allow you to unmute yourself.
Oh, these people are about to. Oh shit!
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. My name is Robin Stevens.
I'm rage typing.
I'm
I want to say
represented
so
by
much more.
Commissioner Singleton. Thank you, Commissioner Singleton.
It's a filibuster.
Thank you, Chair Vega Peterson and Commissioner Singleton, for your leadership on this critical issue. I'm here today to urge you to strengthen protections against unconstitutional federal immigration enforcement in our community. What we are witnessing is deeply troubling. People are being kidnapped from our streets. Masked thugs are roaming our neighborhoods. They bring violence to our community, and they must be held accountable for their lawless actions. I know that you can't hold them accountable, but I appreciate the measures that you've talked about and putting forward in the resolution to protect members of our community, to protect immigrants, to protect people with brown skin, to instruct county employees on how they can help and support in this effort. When community members fear that interaction with the county, interaction with services could lead to kidnapping and deportation, they won't take this
These fucking people.
step forward and seek the help that they need. This creates a dangerous environment of vulnerability that undermines public
The gardener.
safety net for everyone, not just for
Look, you think she just read my chat?
who live here. We need clear boundaries that help county employees to understand that they're acting within the framework put forward by the county. And we need money in place to support the efforts in the resolution so that it's not just words, but actions that the county can take.
They haven't called any white male with any testosterone.
These are actions that will help to strengthen our community across the board and help to strengthen our county. I urge you and look forward to attending and urging the rest of the Board of Commissioners to
I'm about to type in there.
safety,
Deport all illegals, no sanctuary cities,
between all of us who live
and trans women or men.
and our county government. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. All right. I just want to remind folks that please do submit any questions you have to the Q&A. We do track those, and we will make sure to follow up if we don't get to your question via email. So please do submit your questions into the Q&A box.
It says you are not being denied. There's a long list of people who signed up to speak, so please be patient for your turn.
Unmute you, Elena, and then also bring one of our interpreters in to help translate your.
This is some. If there's a long list, then they should go through that whole list.
Elena, I brought you up. And
I probably could copy and paste it.
Russian interpreters in. Margarita. So Elena, when you're ready to start, you can unmute yourself.
I wonder if you could put that long of a, because it's, I wonder if I could do that.
I think she might be having trouble with her mic. All right. If we have time later, we'll come back to Olena later. But Garrett, I'm gonna pass it over to you for Q&A.
I'm sorry, Salome, I'm gonna interrupt. We've got somebody in the Q&A saying they signed up to speak earlier, so I want to make sure that they don't get missed.
Yes. Cool. Yep, I see them now. Sorry about that. We are trying our best to update. We had registrations all up until the last minute, so didn't catch that one. All right, looking for Thomas. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Thomas, when you were.
Hello. How you guys doing tonight? Can you hear me? All right.
Yes.
Good evening to you guys and the fellow residents of Multnomah County. My name's Thomas Allen, and I am a proud law-abiding citizen of this community. I'm here tonight to voice my unwavering support for immigration and customs enforcement and to firmly oppose continuation or expansion of sanctuary policies in our country and our county. We love ICE, and we must demand more funding for them to protect our nation and our neighborhoods. For nearly a decade, Multnomah County has operated as a sanctuary jurisdiction, protecting illegal aliens from federal law enforcement and undermining the rule of law. This approach has not made us safer. It has emboldened criminals, strained our resources, and eroded public trust. Sanctuary cities and counties like ours create safe havens for those who break our immigration laws, often at the expense of American citizens like Lake and Riley. We've seen the consequences nationwide. Violent offenders released back into communities only to reoffend because local authorities refuse to cooperate with ICE. This is not compassion, it's recklessness. The briefing on November 18th and the proposed updates to our sanctuary status are a step in the wrong direction. Allocating funds instead of drafting resolutions that weaken our borders, we should be repealing sanctuary status altogether. Multnomah County must prioritize the safety of its citizens by fully supporting ICE's mission to deport criminal aliens and secure our borders. ICE agents are heroes on the front lines, risking
Those rotten motherfuckers.
they deserve our gratitude, not obstruction. Yet, underfunded and unappreciated, they face constant challenges from policies like ours. We need Congress and leaders to provide more funding for ICE, expanding detention facilities, hiring more agents, and equipping them with tools to enforce our laws effectively. Defunding or limiting ICE is a betrayal of every. I urge the board to reject these draft proposals on December 18th. Instead, commit to full cooperation with federal immigration authorities in this experiment. It's failed us. Support ICE, fund them properly, and put America first. And always remember that trans women are men. Thank you for your time. God bless ICE, God bless Donald Trump, and God bless America.
Right. So we're gonna try again for Olena.
Somebody keeps trying to call my phone.
All right, not here for him yet, but if she pops up again, I will let us know. Garrett, go ahead.
It's not me. I'm not calling you, dude. No, that's Tommy's stream cutting out. I don't know what the deal is.
Impacted. What's currently the most important?
Somebody's trying to call his phone
Somebody
and
keeps
interrupt him
trying
on
to call my
purpose.
number from a blocked number now, over and over. My phone's on Do Not Disturb, but they just keep calling over and over.
And immediate funding needs. So
That's
those can go to
bullshit.
legal services, housing payment assistance, service navigation and case management, cell phone and or internet access, childcare costs, healthcare services, including mental health, and utility bill assistance. And that will have
Somebody keeps calling my shit over and over and over.
It's probably the Afro chick that's calling his number. It's probably her.
liaisons with government.
Great.
Department.
Oh,
The second question we got,
shout out to ICE.
How do can providers
God bless ICE, baby.
against a federal government that is requesting we remove all DEI language from everything we do. I think that's something in one of the parts of our resolution would direct our chief financial officer to work with.
I need to figure out how to set the do not disturb to complete lockdown so that when people try to call, they can't, you know?
Our county attorney's office and how you navigate that path of wanting to provide that level of specificity with.
I don't think they cut me off. I think it was the people trying to call over and over. I bet you it was Travis.
The next question was, how does this apply to unincorporated Multnomah County with regard to protection for ICE?
It's called from a blocked number.
And that's one.
And I have it to where you can't call with a blocked number, so I don't know how they keep calling over and over.
Unincorporated Multnomah County.
Well, yeah, I could put airplane mode just uses my Wi-Fi, right?
Access by ICE, actions by ICE and other federal agents. What rules?
I got my point across. They heard me. They heard me.
Use of county detention centers for federal immigration enforcement. So what's proposed in the resolution, and in the resolution, it looks at a future ordinance. But it's to
McGinnis,
take
what's
state
up,
law
brother?
language that prohibits county use of funds for the aiding of enforcement of federal immigration law and prohibition.
Oh, I feel good. I feel like I did okay.
Law enforcement from assisting in or coordinating with federal agencies and military in actions intended to suppress lawful protests, peaceful assembly, and protected political.
I pissed off a lot of people, I bet, right now.
Pieces we're still working on.
Oh, shit.
The resolution is to clarify those steps that are taken within detainment and custody when the sheriff.
I have it on Do Not Disturb, but if
Later,
it's on
Frank.
Do Not Disturb, they can call
Agency
more than once and it'll go through.
process out.
They stopped calling now that I'm done.
Number 5, what can the county do to track, prevent, or address?
Yeah, I'm gonna go in and block it once we're done.
Arresting within our community members.
Travis Jerd, the retarded Captain America.
You've heard a lot of the actions we're going to talk about here tonight, but we know this is an ever-evolving space.
These people are like
Operations Center, and the people you hear on the screen, Solomon, myself, the commissioner, and the chair.
stupidly retarded, dude.
Conversation with you all to hear about what needs are at the forefront and how we might need to adjust.
Thank you, guys.
Next question. One concern is that we cannot assume every county employee has the same values, even when directed not to aid in ICE detentions. Are there plans to draft consequences for not following sanctuary protocols? Well, first and foremost, this is currently sanctuary status is state law. And so there's prohibitions now in county protocols and rules that if you break the law, there's repercussions there and systems of accountability built in place. But one of the parts of the resolution that we have coming this Thursday is
Those phone calls distracted the fuck out of me. Like,
and accountability put in place for kind of reporting that. And then on the positive side, what are policies, programs, and resources that can better help
thank you, guys.
employees that are impacted by.
We got to do more of these. If you guys know of any of these in Oregon ever, these anti-ICE city councils, you guys got to post it on my page or tag me in it or DM it to me so I need to get more comfortable doing this. And the more I do, the
I was
better, the
muted
more
because I was
comfortable I'll
talking to
get.
my daughter.
Of concern for us as well. And
Christ is
he's
king.
called in the city of Portland and taking their local action legally called out the system of freedom of information request or FOIA request systems. So the resolution that's before the board this Thursday would call for it to clarify how data on immigration status is currently stored, shared, and disclosed to federal immigration. Existing
I have an idea of how they got my phone number, but I don't know for sure 100%, but I have an idea.
And the final question that came up beforehand was how can the county work across government levels to organize responses and a defense to protect our constitutional rights as civilians?
I'm surprised she said something to let me speak. That's so good.
Committed to educating, protecting, and healing our documents.
I'm surprised they haven't kicked me out.
And so I'd say similar to maybe an answer before, that's the
There wasn't a long list of people. It was the end of the list. She lied saying there was a long list of people.
With our, the continuance.
Yeah, next time I'm gonna sign up under a different name for sure.
In the resolution that's before the board this Thursday, says this.
I'm gonna say, my name is Tommy. I identify as
Support the
Juan.
internal and external partners to share information, monitor federal enforcement actions, track changes in federal immigration policies, and incorporate feedback into existing programs to develop and maintain rapid response networks for communication, outreach, and community support. That, Dennis or others, do you want to help?
Thomas Alanandis.
We got in the chat and to see if there's any that have been unanswered. I'm pulling those up as well. And I'll also say, for any of our participants who are members of the media, if you'd like to ask a question, you can raise your hand or you can submit it in the Q&A.
We're talking about whether the county can hold folks accountable for violations, could hold ICE accountable for violations at the detention center in South Portland. Those are two points, if those are something folks want to reckon with.
I think for actions within the detention center itself, we'd have to circle.
Damn, baby.
Or not.
They're still calling over and over. It's crazy. Baby, it's okay, mama.
And so we're hoping through this resolution and our actions to
Why find illegals over our veterans on the street?
before kind of better demarcate in county spaces where the county owns the building, which or funding is used through a contracted provider to have the clearer
Tommy for governor.
Restricted and non-restricted access areas. And therefore, if you were to basically ICE were to encumber those areas, they would have to provide that additional documentation or a warrant. And then secondly, I saw Simone in the Q&A put around sort of more positive.
I will. She went crazy because she heard a dog bark in the hallway.
Or supporting and welcoming immigrants.
Hey.
Or even just certain rights that you might have. Information and more disperse it out throughout county buildings and spaces and libraries.
And Quifa definitely keeps calling me over and over, but it doesn't really matter. Let me see.
We do have a question, hand raised from Ariel. Ariel, go ahead and unmute.
I turned my cellular data off.
Hi, Chair Jessica Vega Peterson and
Huh?
Commissioner Singleton. Thank you so much for hearing from me. I've been listening in. A lot of great testimony tonight.
My neighbors can't hear my dog. My neighbors have dogs.
Allowing me to ask a quick question. So you've kind of answered all the questions as far as the resolution goes and what you'll be discussing on Thursday and talking about.
Here, Mama.
But I know you were also considering
Bribery with treats.
emergency funds to direct.
Yeah, I turned my cellular data off, so now they can't call me. I should have did that in the first place.
Directly impacted by ICE enforcement happening in our community. So I was just wondering if you could kind of expand.
They're conspiring to help illegal criminals. Exactly. That's what's wrong with sanctuary cities. They support the criminals over putting more funding into Americans that need it.
I'm happy to answer, and then I'll turn it over to Commissioner Singleton to respond as well. So yeah, in addition to the resolution, there's a budget modification that will be
When I turn my cellular data off.
$250,000 from our county contingency funds for direction towards the response to the impacts of the federal action, specifically around immigration. So those dollars are going to be divided up into be used to some of the services that work that we do internally at the county or with existing providers at the county who are responding within community to this, as well as some dollars that will be allocated for
I'll be right back.
organizations that we may not be currently operating with, but are still being responsive to what's happening in the
Women.
community. And to answer your question of is this enough dollars? I mean, I will say no. I mean, there is no way that any local
I turned off the
government,
Wi-Fi
even state
calling now.
government for that matter, can really fill the gap and try to undo the damage that is currently happening by this federal
I said, why fund illegal over our veterans on the streets? And they said, we do not refer to human beings with that type of language at Multnomah County, but we do fund programs to support veterans as well as our immigrants and refugee neighbors.
What we can do though is say very clearly and use these dollars to help in some way what's happening within our community, but also use this resolution and our actions to say we are standing with our community, with the folks in our community who are being impacted unfairly by this federal administration, speak out against what is happening and show our values that in Multnomah County, all are welcome here, and we are upholding our sanctuary state laws with the work that we're doing as a board.
And I would just add, I agree, it's not, we're not going to be the entity that solves the financial problem.
Should I say illegal aliens or illegal immigrants?
We can and still maintain some balance in our contingency funds for the rest of this year. Additionally, I would say I'm working and will continue to work with colleagues in other counties, other cities, as well as at Metro Regional Government, who are also, some have already put dollars towards this, some are considering putting dollars towards it. And so I think really the key for us is how are we working across jurisdictions to ensure that we're not duplicating.
I said our legal immigrants are amazing, but we are talking about illegal aliens. They broke our laws. Why reward that?
I think as the chair said, the local government is not going to be able to backfill not just the need for folks being impacted by immigration enforcement and the authoritarian regime's approach to that, but also
I'm surprised they haven't kicked me out.
all of the other impacts to people in our community who rely on safety net services and how those are being slashed at the federal level as well. So make no mistake. We're trying to balance and make sure that we have funding for a little bit of both and for us.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for answering that question. It looks like we got another question that came in. Thank you, Dennis, for forwarding it. It says, will county employees be able to provide support to PERC, PIRC, Resource Center, or other direct support services? Commissioner Singleton, do you want to start this one since you, and the last one, I'm going to go to you, Chair.
I think this is a really interesting idea. I don't know what sorts of flexibility, honestly, employees currently have to do some volunteer time, but it's something I will definitely look forward to the chair's response on this, but we'd love to add it to our list of things to explore in ways that folks can support. I would also add that a lot of our employees on the front lines are doing a lot to really support community now, and some of our work around creating restricted areas, ensuring that they're well trained on what all of that can look like, would be a part of their job that we would be adding to their work. And so I think it's really important that
it's hilarious.
our staff on the front lines, again in particular, are making sure that they find ways to take care
That
of
means I'm making a difference. It means I did something right.
volunteer time with PIRC or other kind of direct support services, that they're also still finding time because their day jobs are difficult as well, to really continue to take care of themselves so they can stay in
Hasn't
this
answered
fight,
that
as folks
question.
have indicated tonight, which we know is a long-term one.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And I will just add to that. I think, I know firsthand that we have employees who are volunteering with either PERC or other organizations. We have providers who do direct service with folks in our community who are also volunteering. You know, with.
How you take a
handing
screenshot
the
on a
hotline
damn
or, some of
iPad?
those things.
Wait,
And I just appreciate that for what.
I did it.
One of
I
the,
did
one
it.
of the points of the
I did
emergency
it.
declaration, and part of this, the budget, allocation that we're asking for. Flexible and responsive to what's happening in your communities, the things that, community or providers.
I don't know how they're still calling
To be
me.
there, to
I
support
turned
people
Wi-Fi
in
calling off.
the ways that are needed when there's so much fear, in our community and hesitation potentially to, like, you know, show up at a certain place or go in person to some place. And I think the budget modification is looking at how can we, you know, provide some of that kind of resources to help.
He done
support
did
some of the
right.
work that's doing,
I done pissed
that's
some
happening in the
motherfuckers
community
off
organizations
tonight.
like PERC and others.
If I put it on airplane mode, then my Wi-Fi goes off.
And I don't know that we addressed the question, and I saw it again in the Q&A about what individuals can do. And I think there's a couple of places. One, I'd love to be able for us to send in follow-up some of the information we have about where folks can sign up to support local organizations around delivery of food, for example, is one of the needs that we've heard from community.
It already is screening the unknown calls.
In our emergency
I'm pretty sure.
operations center that community is asking for support from. How can we help direct community members towards that? I also really encourage people to sign up and get
I ain't
trained
gonna
if you
answer it.
haven't, to be a Migra Watch participant. And then additionally,
Oh
I would
yeah, I
say,
can
as
just
I
switch
mentioned,
over
on the front end of this, we've
my
seen
phone
a
numbers
number
from
of
one
issues at our
phone to
schools, in the North
the
Portland
other.
community. And the community itself has worked with the schools.
That's a
to really
good ass
look at how we can
idea.
show up
I
and
never
do some more
even thought
regular,
about that.
walks around the neighborhood, particularly around.
That's a good ass idea.
This is something we are coordinating very closely with the schools. So it's not about going on school property to provide that kind of Negro Watch support, but it's us organizing locally to be out in our community around schools, both at pickup.
How did these time trends women or men like this? Apples and bananas.
Specific later pickup time. So I think there's a lot of ways that people can.
She was totally gonna skip me, you guys. She 100% seen me on that fucking list.
Kind of work,
100%. And she recognized my name and she didn't like the questions that I asked. So she was gonna skip me.
People need and want from their neighbors.
Yes, she was.
Thank you, Commissioner.
She's a racist. And she's an anti-American
We
clown.
have another question that came in. I think, Garrett, I'll let you take the first swing at answering this question, and then I'll give it to the chair and the commissioner if they want to add on. The question is just, how is Multnomah County sanctuary policy / status different from other jurisdictions in their attempts? What are some things that you all have learned to hopefully get a more improved sanctuary position and policies?
Yeah, this
I
is a
don't
good
see
question.
that.
I think we've really.
I don't see that in that
learned a lot
Q&A.
from the effort that we saw across the river with us with the city of Portland and kind of pushing this forward. We did though take a look across the country, New York City, San Francisco, Cook County, Illinois, about other efforts that have been out there to take these state level laws and codify them more at the local level. And I'd say also we've just been
I don't see that question.
existing employee groups about who in this moment
I know I need to wash my nails out.
terrible and accentuated interactions with the federal law enforcement, but this is not
I
the
just got
first
to
time
eating a little
this has
wiggle.
happened. And so there's
That's all right.
lessons learned from the wisdom within
That
the
comes
community
out when I
to
get in
bring
the
forward.
shower tonight.
And again,
Unlike
this is
Richard.
a snapshot in time, and we're trying to
Aliens is the correct term per law.
like we
Yeah.
heard with the chair and Commissioner Singleton. This is not going to be a one-time
Quit.
solves it all piece, but it's our best way to.
I took
bring forward
screenshots of
the
it.
items we feel like are best based on the research and the feedback we have
put the things in place that are most needed now, and then identify a clear list of items that we still want to work on and put a timeline to that of when we're going to hit that next checkpoint of trying to get things into actually county code, and then make other commitments either in the short term or even in next year's budget that can inform that as we're going forward. Commissioner Kerr, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I can just say.
Thomas for governor, let's go.
Thank you, Garrett. That was a really great answer. And I think that, we are, the state law, right, is the kind of, that the state law and what it.
Thanks, Tim. I love you, bro. Shout out, Tim. I love you, big dog.
Interaction or engagement or cooperation with ICE is fairly clear. What has been really important to me throughout this is really making sure that our employees understand what those lines look like, how they can respond, and how they should
And
report if there is ICE activity at county facilities. And that I know that somebody, I think I saw it in one of the Q&As about, or maybe it was in some of the testimony about some of the things that we were seeing at other organizations in the area, and maybe the ways that they aren't necessarily following.
yeah, they want illegals in our country, but guaranteed they don't want them anywhere near their houses or in their house.
We're clear on not just what the policies and procedures are, but that we've done our due diligence and making sure that people are trained and aware so that it does.
Thank you, Mystical Peggy.
To that frontline level.
Have a good night.
And I know that there was some testimony about that today. To me, that's one of the key things. That I think that.
Hi, mamas. What you doing?
The signage and really the clear marks on where are public areas that maybe ICE is legally allowed to go, but like those areas where they are absolutely not allowed to go, and making sure like everyone understands.
They're allowed to go anywhere they need to go to get illegals. It's what we voted for.
Within our power, to really make sure that ICE is following the laws that we have and that they're expected to follow.
Wig Mallory's. Tommy, have you heard of James?
Joe, you should sign up to take care of one then if you want them to become legal.
Thank you for
Yeah,
the
you can
$5
house
super
one of
chat.
the MS-13 gang members.
4000 winning. Thank you for
You'll
the
be
$5
fine.
super chat on Rumble.
You'll be fine. I don't think you, Joe. I don't think you understand how many people.
Yep, we are at time, so we're
So,
just gonna go into.
if somebody
closing
robs my
comments.
store, I should try to give them a chance to work there. Is that what you're saying?
James Fishback. I need to remember that.
Do some closing remarks.
You want big
first
booty
up,
Latinos, Joe?
Do I get to say
that,
something?
That doesn't surprise
Thank you to
me.
you and Garrett, and everyone on the team who has worked so hard to make this happen. I again appreciate everyone in the community who is attending tonight, who is paying attention, who may show up in support of the resolution and the board action on Thursday. I think that for me,
Is that her winter coat?
Tonight is, there were, and I appreciate everyone showing up, whether they agree with us or not. I think the reality of what's happening in our country and in Multnomah County is
Joe.
that people are being targeted.
Sorry, I was
because
closing.
So I know. I was so Joe.
500K convicted criminals that entered.
Oh, Joe. What am I gonna do with you, man?
in a ways that is unfair, and I feel like
Enter with 20 million during the open borders during Biden. Yes.
that's what this country was founded on. This is something that we know. If you don't know somebody who's impacted by this, I would be surprised.
What are we supposed to do with this guy?
Even in my own family, my nephew is losing their
Joe.
teacher because she is leaving the country.
It's literally called illegal immigration. You know why? Because it's against the law.
Because they aren't just going after people who have broken the law, who may be criminals.
They are
going after folks who have been parts of our community for years, who are our teachers, who are our nurses, who are helping to build the places we live, to make the places that we live thrive, who feed us, who clothe us, who care for us, and this is.
I'll be right back.
And this is really important for me, that Multnomah County takes the stand and is really strong in speaking out against this and in doing what we can, even if it's not, even if it's imperfect, to support our community, to be there, to be strong, and to continue to lead with our values.
over. That was crazy.
Thank you, Chair. I will just, and again, reiterate the thanks for Salome and Garrett, and I know there's other staff involved as well. Also want to appreciate our interpreters tonight and our closed captioner, everyone for showing up to make sure that this is accessible and everybody can be a part of the conversation. I want to thank everyone who came here and shared. It's just very critical to me that as elected officials, we hear from you. I want to appreciate people for the bravery in sharing personal experiences. And thank you for engaging with us and spending your time here tonight. You all have given us a lot of things to consider, and I just want to be clear and hope you know that you've been heard. We will take forward some of these actions to look at how we can, opportunities to strengthen things.
No,
really
Joe, you're
really
missing a
hearing you
key
all and
word,
wanting to move
Joe.
some of those pieces forward.
Illegal immigrants. You guys don't seem to be able to separate that
the
shit.
County's power. I wish we had
Immigrants
power
and
to do
illegal
all the
immigrants are
things
two
that,
different sets
we
of
heard
people.
tonight, and
Don't be so
that's just
stupid.
not realistic for us.
We're not talking about immigrants. We love immigrants. We're talking about illegal immigrants,
not
Joe.
pronouns.
Only illegal immigrants. Only.
Ridiculous.
To my office, directly to Salome, folks that you have been engaging with. We want to make sure that we're centering impacted community voice and in anything that we do, not just on Thursday, but in our work moving forward. So thank you all.
No, they can go live with you, Joe.
100%.
Why should I take care of them?
And with that, we'll bring this.
So
town hall
because
to a
they
close.
snuck into my
Have a good
country, they
night
committed
and
a
stay
crime
safe.
by coming here illegally.
Fucking losers.
In China, they kill you. In Russia, they kill you. In North Korea, they shoot a missile at you, Joe. A missile.
Was ridiculous. They didn't accomplish.
If you want them, Joe, you can
fucking
have them. They
thing.
can come live with you.
Not a single solitary worthwhile word was said except for when we were talking. Oh, that was fun though. I got to get more comfortable doing it, but it was fun. What's at ICE right now? MDG ICE. I'm watching you on the TV. What's at ICE? Do you have a stream of what's at ICE right now? Can they hear me?
Come on. Come on. Oh, wait a minute.
It's always one-sided. I was the only one that said anything negative about their agenda. They have lost their minds. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. There's so many homeless and so much drug use and so much nonsense happening downtown and all over Portland. And yet they choose to put all their efforts into aliens that came into our country with no permission, who don't love this country, who never put into this country, are only coming over here so they can work for pennies on the dollar and send their money back to Mexico or Palestine or wherever they're coming from. Somalia, you know, they send American dollars out to their country and they're not putting into ours. They work under the table and send all their shit to the family. And, you know, I got a ride the other day on Lyft, and the driver literally was saying, I'm going back as soon as I can. The only reason why I'm here is to collect money and send it to my family. And as soon as I got enough up there, I'm going back. And I was like, that's the type of shit that you're not here to make America better. You're here to make yourself better. And you have no respect for our country. And they expect us to just go with it and just be okay with it. I'm not okay with it. It's ridiculous. Yeah, we have to vote. If you live in Oregon, we have to vote and get Tina Kotex. Anybody but Tina Kotex, we got to get her out of this. Yeah. She's destroying Oregon. She's destroying Portland. It's not the city of roses anymore. It's the city of the Finney Fold. It's the city of people smoking on foil as you walk downtown. We have to vote. Yep. We have to at least try. That's what Charlie would want. That's what Charlie would say. He'd say, vote, get people together, get them voting. Voting matters, especially at the state level. America only. Yeah. Fetty prayer. Yeah, she said we'd have the homeless fixed, but that's bullshit. I see that shit every day. You guys see it every day. I hear it out my windows and shit every day. You know, it's bullshit. They're not fixing the mental health. They're not. They arrest if and when they do arrest these people, they take them to jail for a few days and then just boot them right back out to the street, and that's not getting them no kind of help. You know. That's just making it that they go right back to the street where they don't have nowhere to go, nothing to do, and they go right back to drugs because it's so easy to get. Yeah, same shit. Gavin Newsom, he ruined California. Look at man, he has. If a man crosses their legs like he does, he's far from a man, dude. No, that's crazy. There's something about him that's off. A lot about him that's off. He's slimy as hell. I think he's trans. That's just my opinion, though. Be the first governor to tell him the truth. Yeah. No more radical trans ideology shit in our government buildings, that's for sure. That shit is ridiculous. We're just affirming mental illness. That's all that flag does is affirm mental illness. Pickle Tuckers are pissed at me right now. Pickle Tuckers and the illegals are not happy with me. MDG. I think it's dead at ICE tonight. It's a Monday night at ICE, I'm pretty sure, and it's wet out there. It's probably empty. No reason to go make noise in an empty area. MAGA got to fix the world. We need more patriots. We need more people in Chicago and Seattle and all these other places, all the others where there's ICE facility and they're having all these ICE protests and harassing ICE. We need more people to show up and show out for ICE because you guys see exactly what it can do if you show up and use your voices and show them that you're there and say, hey, we're here to support ICE and our border laws. And it can change because look at what we've done. Look at what ICE in Portland. It's totally different now than it was 2 months ago. It's completely a different area. It seems like, you know, no more loud noises at night for the most part. For the most part, maybe on Friday and Saturday nights, it gets crazy late, but there's like a fraction of the amount of people that's there. Yeah, somebody can post a number for the illegal hotline to call if you see an illegal, like the one that we seen downtown from Iran or Iraq, or I don't know exactly where he was from, but he definitely gets government benefits. He definitely is an illegal brought in. So yeah, if there's one, there's many more down here. ICE, we need you to go out and round them up, babies. Let's go. Yeah, there's no more chopper. I haven't seen a chopper above ICE in probably 3 weeks, a month. It's been so long I done forgot about them. Report all illegals. Get to the chopper. Get to the chopper. Yep.
Especially in other places too, like.
Nope. I didn't have court Friday. I went to today I went to I should probably I went to that Amanda, the chick in the wheelchair, Amanda Sieve or whatever her name is. I went to her like little hearing she had today, and it was like a motion to dismiss evidence, I think. And the DA did amazing. They were trying to make that it was the sergeant that's always at ICE, that young one that's usually really, really respectful and hella chill. He was there and they were trying to get him to trip up and say bullshit, you know, and he did super professional. He had an answer to everything, and yeah, it was pretty good. They didn't move an inch basically. I hope she gets found guilty of the harassment and whatever else the other charges were. They didn't say all of them. I just heard that they were saying harassment and something else. Harassment and attempted assault on a public official or a public peace officer. I go back to court on the 19th, you guys. Oh no, they were not excited to see me. They were, and I had my phone in my hand and I was texting my girl, and one of her little cronies in the aisle on the other side of me seen that I had my phone in my hand, and the judge never said that I couldn't have my phone. She just said that it has to be on silent and we can't record. And I wasn't doing it. I had both of that. I wasn't doing either one of those things. And she's like, he's on his phone, and tried to get me in trouble. It was pretty fucking funny. The judge was like, everybody just put their phones away. It was pretty funny. Everybody knows Tommy. Yeah, especially down here. It's crazy. Thank you, John. I hope so too. I didn't do nothing wrong, so I'm thinking I should be fine. Charlie, what up? Is that? Give the judge a button. Yeah. My 8-year-old daughter Chancellor told me he has proof. Yeah, as soon as I'm done with this court stuff, I will definitely be traveling more. Will didn't get his ICE restriction lifted. He hasn't even gone to court. I think it's tomorrow. Yeah, it was downtown. Oh, the food trucks. I'm sure like he's definitely getting paid under the table if he works at a food truck, if he wasn't lying. Thank you, KB Nice. I like that name, KB Nice. Midterms, yeah, that's where it's at.
Interesting, Joe.
Vote,
What do you,
100%.
Joe? What do you
If
like
live in
best
Oregon, you have to
about
vote.
being a liberal? I'm just curious. I'm not talking shit. I'm just curious. What makes you a liberal, Joe?
Yeah, vote Trump 2028. Vote Trump 2028.
I don't know. I'm just curious.
These little microphones are pretty awesome. I just put it right behind the tablet. It worked pretty good. It's so sad what happened in Australia. Man, it's unreal. And I pray for all their families. It's absolutely what happened at Brown University. We really need to fix the mental illness crisis in this country. We really need to fund and bring back insane asylums for these types of people.
They
over
better
it.
fund the system.
The Muslims are celebrating it. I bet they are. Of course they are.
Okay.
That's who radicalized that father and son. They hate.
So you like a lot of
They
diversity?
hate everybody but them. They hate if you're
Joe,
not
would you rather
Islamic,
have a
they hate
diverse
you. They want
pilot
to end you.
or
just
the
it.
best pilot
That's the issue.
for the job? Which one would you rather have? Somebody who got there because they wanted to be a diverse airline,
no
so they
room
hired
for
this
radical
guy who was
Islam anywhere in
decent
the
but not
world,
great?
really.
Or do you want
But
the best
especially in
pilot,
America.
no matter what he looks like? Okay. Well, that's good, Joe.
They hate the West
We
and
can agree.
Christians
We
most,
agree.
I'm sure. Yeah,
I also want the best
100%.
pilot.
And they're coming
Even
here
if he's a
in
white
super
guy named
numbers,
Bob,
and they're
you still want him?
populating faster than Americans, and that's not good. Bring back lobotomies. The Providence officials all look incompetent. Yeah,
The thing
I
is
bet.
we don't mind. What's
Oh,
up,
Robbie Chacho, what up,
Fixer?
Josh?
What's up,
What
bro?
up, Josh?
We don't mind different. Joe, it's just, you know what it is,
Europe
Joe?
Man.
The liberals take everything too
I feel
far.
for Tommy Robinson. He's
On
trying to fight
surface,
that
it's
fight,
fine.
just like
But
we are
they just
here.
take the shit too
But
fucking far.
he's
Everything
got-
is too far.
Seems like he's
too much.
pushing a boulder up a hill,
Gay people, no problem.
a very, very long one.
What, LGB? No problem. No
Keo,
problem.
what up?
But they want me to take my kid to a drag queen show. That's
Because
fucking
most white
crazy.
people don't have so many kids.
They want me to teach They want me to.
And
They want to teach
our-
elementary
our
school kids
teenagers
about
and
like
our,
oral
and our
sex.
young adults
Like what the
are
fuck?
being told that family's not the most important thing. You know,
That's
It's
way
being
different
distilled
than
on them that getting a
gay
career
marriage. I
and,
don't care about
and
that.
all this other
I
stuff.
could care
and then
less
when
about
they
gay
get
marriage.
older,
Means
they
nothing to me.
regret not starting a family earlier. You
So,
know what
Steve?
I mean? And it's decreasing the population of our country. We need more people to find Jesus and find family and faith and start a family.
You won't have
young
to guess if I'm triggered. You'll
and
know.
find somebody that you really love and that you're connected
This
with.
is really calm
and
for
that
me,
you can
actually.
spend the
I'm
rest of your
chilling.
life with.
Joe,
you know?
you're being respectful. So, Joe, I think you're the longest lasting liberal that we've had
The
here.
Muslims have 6 kids to our 1.5. That is a huge issue. That is not okay. My son's 32 and no kids yet. Yeah. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Otso, what up, big dog? Shout out Otso. If you ain't following Otso, go follow Otso. We love Otso. I gotta get
I did,
something to
Polly.
eat.
I was just letting you handle it.
Time to reconquer. To just Trump, just Insurrection Act, more funding for ICE. Just start doing it, bro. He's the president. It's what we voted for. Just get it done. We're tired of waiting. We need twice as many illegals being deported every day than what's happening right now. Rob Reiner was vocal about bombing the drug boats and then gets killed by a drug addict. I can't believe his own kid did that. That's, man, drugs and mental illness are a no-go.
Polly, do you like
And
my
that's
shelf
all over
backlighting?
Portland.
I can make it other colors, but I think that's a good color. I just need more stuff for the shelves.
Trump needs to just start doing it. No, I'm not going to go to ICE. I'm going to go get me and my girl something to eat. Love the change in their faces. I can't wait to go back and watch it. if you guys see any more of these town halls anywhere really that are pro sanctuary city, anti-ICE, anything like that, definitely get a hold of me and let me know like as soon as possible so I can have time to try to prepare for it. He needs to double down on the deployment of ICE and the National Guard. Yeah. No, but there's no point in going to ICE if there's nobody there and making noise in the neighborhood. If it's already quiet and shit, then let it stay that way. I'm gonna go get me and my girl something to grub. I don't know what yet, but I'm hungry. I couldn't eat before this. I was too nervous for some reason. But now that I did it, I feel great. Eat and sleep, you know. Thank you, Zombie Patriot. All right, well, I'll see you guys tomorrow for sure. I love you guys. Thank you for tuning in. I can't wait to do this again. Eventually, my voice is going to come all the way back, but it's hard going out to ICE all the time. So my voice is just permanently fucked. I love you guys. Have a great night, okay?
Man, that girl, hey, she was totally gonna skip him. That's bullshit. I can't believe that he actually got that speech out. That was a good speech. I want to know if he wrote that himself or he had AI help him with it or what. I'm interested. That was a good speech. It was very well put together, you know? I really enjoyed it. You can hear me, right? I'm not talking to myself. You can hear me? Rosie O'Donnell, armpits. Hey, yeah, nah. Thank you, Rebby. Hey, Rebby, you're pretty easy on the eyes. You know what I mean? How you doing? So I wanted to watch this. We're gonna end the broadcast with this. This is something I've been wanting to watch with you, and you're really going to enjoy it. You really are. You really, really, really are. Oh, Spin City News raided me. Hey, Spin City News, thank you for the raid, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Rumble, what's up? We're not gonna totally switch to Rumble. I think that was appropriate. I know he said a few things, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll get over it. It'll be fine. But I wanted to watch this. I often talk about the country called Turkmenistan. Hello, Dean Teeter. You're just in time to learn about a country that may just be worse than North Korea. Turkmenistan, it may not be as violent as North Korea, but it is certainly equally as strange as North Korea. In fact, I'm going to shut my door so I don't disturb anybody else. All right. Okay. So we're going to end the broadcast after this, but for now, guys, you are really going to enjoy this. If you have no idea who or what Turkmenistan is, you are about to be just bombarded with stupidness. Just it's fucking ridiculous.
Imagine a country where an airport shaped like a falcon costs $2.3 billion, but only a few thousand tourists visit it per year. A country where golden statues of presidents rotate with the sun and the streets are paved with Italian marble. Sounds luxurious? Yes, but only if you're a dictator. For ordinary people, life here is a bit more complicated. Gas may be free, yet people work in cotton fields for food. White is the only legal car color.
What's up, Greg?
Air conditioners
Don't
are officially listed as enemies of aesthetics, and school children are sent to work in cotton fields. This is not science fiction. It's the reality of a dictatorship that has trapped its country in a web of absurdity. Welcome to Turkmenistan. Welcome to Turkmenistan, a nation where marble gleams, gold glitters, and the lives of ordinary people, well, let's just say they don't shine at all. This country constantly makes headlines in international rankings. For example, in 2021, Ashgabat, the capital of Turkmenistan, was named the most expensive city in the world by Mercer. And it's not because life there is luxurious. Even basic necessities like food cost a fortune, all thanks to an absurd economic policy where gas is sold below market prices, but bread costs almost as much as gold. Yet, the most bizarre thing about Turkmenistan isn't the prices, it's the dictators. They don't just govern, they create their own universe. For instance, a president might ban air conditioners because they ruin the city's appearance, or force all students to pass exams on his own book to graduate. And how about renaming the days of the week, and even bread after the president's mother? Only here is that possible.
But
the fantasy doesn't end there. The regime builds massive golden statues, buries billions into projects like a desert lake that quickly evaporated, and develops incredible tourist zones that no one visits. It's a country that looks like a museum of marble and gold, but behind this facade hides a repressive regime desperately clinging to power. How did this happen? And why does Turkmenistan remain one of the most mysterious and closed countries in the world? Let's take a closer look. To understand why everything is the way it is, we need to go back in time. Turkmenistan has come a long way, from desert nomads to the marble palaces of dictators. But the road was anything but easy. History hadn't spared Turkmenistan. To begin with, there were no conventional states here, just nomads wandering the Karakum Desert. They survived through livestock, trade, and occasional caravan raids. Classic steppe life. But that romanticism of the steppes ended when Russian imperialists arrived. Here's an interesting fact. In 1881, the Russian army stormed Göktepe, a Turkmen fortress city. And what did they do? They planted explosives under the walls, blew them up, and launched a 19th century-style liberation operation. The city was destroyed, locals were massacred, and Turkmenistan ceased to exist as an independent territory. Then came the Soviet Union, which declared, all right, you're no longer nomads, now you are collective farmers. And that was just the beginning. Mass collectivization, cotton cultivation, child labor in the fields, and complete dependence on Moscow. But that wasn't the worst part. The Soviet system turned Turkmenistan into a giant raw materials supplier, while all processing was done in Russia. Simple logic. The resources are here, but the money there. Then suddenly, the Soviet Union collapsed, and Turkmenistan gained independence. But that independence turned out to be quite unique. When the country became independent, its leader was Saparmurat Niyazov. But instead of building democracy, or at least working on the economy, he said, you know what? I'd rather build a personality cult. And that was the beginning of the strangest era in Turkmenistan's history. Step 1, a new name, Turkmenbashi, which means leader of all Turkmen. Not just a president, something much more. Then came symbolic changes. He renamed days of the week, months, and even bread. For example, Saturday became the Day of the Spirit, and January was renamed after Niyazov himself. Bread was named after his mother. Next, Niyazov turned to citizens' daily lives. He banned beards. They were unaesthetic, he said. Dogs disappeared from the capital because, according to the president, they smelled bad. In 2003, Niyazov decided gold teeth were not only unfashionable, but an insult to his ideal of beauty. "I'm proud of my white teeth," he announced, adding that gold crowns were a relic of a, quote, dark past. Students were sent in droves to dentists, where gold crowns were replaced with standard white ones. Teeth also became part of Turkmenistan's great style reform. But Niyazov's most epic project was the Ragnok, a book he declared sacred, a mix of Turkmen history, autobiography, and made-up spiritual lessons. It was called the National Bible. The president claimed that anyone who read it 3 times would go to heaven. Why 3 times? Perhaps angels don't count the first try. Ragnok copies were everywhere: schools, mosques, and government offices. It wasn't just read, it was studied, tested on, and people like doctors and drivers had to swear on it. Prisoners were promised early release if they read the book. One copy was even sent into space to conquer the universe. Perhaps Niyazov thought it would become a bestseller among aliens. His construction projects also deserve special mention. He turned Ashgabat into a museum of marble and gold. All new buildings were covered in Italian marble, and some were even wrapped in gold. The most famous monument was a 250-foot arch topped with a statue of Niyazov himself, which rotated with the sun. "So the people always see my face," he said. Meanwhile, rural people lived in huts made of old railway containers. But Niyazov didn't care. The capital's shine was his priority. Some more facts. Ashgabat built 22 5-star hotels for tourists. The only issue? There were barely any tourists, since only the chosen few could enter the country. Another strange initiative, the Path of Health, a 37-kilometer mountain road. Niyazov ordered officials to walk it yearly. Of course, he observed everything from a helicopter. Health matters, but comfort matters more. While Niyazov spent billions on statues and marble, rural citizens worked in cotton fields. Child labor was normal, wages were minimal, and food shortages were constant. But these problems seemed minor compared to the absurd personality cult dominating the country.
Thanks to our president, the great Turkmenbashi, for giving us the sacred book Ragnok, which helps us.
In 2006, Turkmenistan said goodbye to Sapar Murat Niyazov. Many hoped the country would move toward democracy, or at least improve people's lives. But it was just the beginning of a new chapter in dictatorship. The new president became Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov, Niyazov's former personal dentist. Yes, a dentist. But apparently, teeth weren't the only thing he planned to treat in the country. Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov, the president who found a way to mix politics, sports, music, and rap. If Niyazov seemed absurd to you, hold on tight. The next chapter gets even weirder.
Turkmenistan, Turkmenistan.
According to the Constitution, the acting president should have been the head of the People's Council, but he was quickly dismissed due to a sudden criminal case. And so Berdimuhamedov took the throne. By 2007, he won the election with a result of, surprise, 97% of the vote. Was it fair? Well, you can probably guess. After that, the new president began calling his rule the era of new revival. To start with, he reversed some of Niyazov's most absurd decrees, reinstating pensions, reopening schools, and allowing opera, cinema, and ballet. It seemed like things are getting better. But very quickly, it became clear that Berdimuhamedov wanted a bit of fame too. He began replacing Niyazov's portraits with his own and, surprise, started writing books. Not just 1 or 2, but a whopping 57 books. Topics ranged from medicine and herbal plants to horses.
This book is my gift to my caring people.
We are now going to read an excerpt from our esteemed president. Tea is medicine and inspiration. Chapter: Tea is the key to longevity.
For us, our independence is priceless.
To live in health and beautification is the main task of our country.
He also inherited a passion for statues, taking it to a new level. His gold equestrian statue in the capital stood as a symbol of this. Why a horse? Because apparently he loved horses. Maybe he fancied himself a Turkmen Don Quixote. There was even a publicized incident. During a race, Berdimuhamedov fell off his horse while at full gallop. And amazingly, was still declared the winner. If you're the president, falling isn't losing. It's part of the show. Every year on 27-28 April, they celebrate the day of the Akalteke horse with grandeur. The star attractions of the event were the president and Karamguli's grandson, performing rap about Berdimuhamedov's beloved horse Rovach, set to music composed by the grandson. A president rapping about a horse? That's something you don't see every day. It seems even horses hold a higher status than ordinary people in Turkmenistan. Berdimuhamedov was officially named as the national horse breeder. His devotion to these animals was reflected in many projects and, of course, in statues. But horses aren't the only favored creatures. Dogs are as well. He even gifted a Central Asian shepherd puppy named Faithful to Vladimir Putin. As they say, you should always keep your friends close, but your dogs even closer. His rap hit Forward, Forward, Only Forward, Dear Homeland Turkmenistan even made it into the Guinness Book of Records. It's probably the only country where the president is simultaneously a rapper, record holder, and head of state. But music wasn't enough. He also portrayed himself as an athlete, cycling, playing hockey, using exercise machines, and lifting weights with a gold-plated barbell because regular iron wasn't good enough. But the true spirit of dictatorship was manifested in his decrees. He banned satellite dishes, claiming they ruined the city's appearance. How should people watch TV then? Well, that was their problem. Like Niazov, he put money into grand projects. He built a new falcon-shaped airport costing $2.3 billion, though tourists remained few and far between, mostly oil and gas experts. So there was an airport, but no visitors. He also developed the Avaza tourist zone on the Caspian Sea, a Turkmen version of Las Vegas with casinos, resorts, and water parks, all in marble. But again, there were almost no visitors. Stellar business planning. Turkmenistan should have been a prosperous country. But despite having the fourth largest natural gas reserves in the world, vast farmland, and a key location between China, Russia, and Iran, it suffered chronic poverty, shortages, and an economy on the brink. In the 2000s, gas exports packed the country's coffers, but profits went into offshore accounts of the elite. By 2018, officials reportedly hoarded over $23 billion abroad, more than the country's annual budget.
I won't let anyone steal the people's money to get rich at the expense of the people.
So while in Ashgabat, luxurious neighborhoods of marble houses and hotels were being built, rural residents lived without clean water and electricity, relying on cotton field labor under quasi-servitude conditions. Child labor was normalized. Kids would miss up to 60 school days a year to harvest cotton. And this is not a choice, but a state policy. All over the world, people discuss children's rights and access to education, while in Turkmenistan, the future of the young generation is quite literally being sold for kilograms of cotton. When gas prices plummeted in 2014, the economy collapsed. Massive layoffs, shortages of food, sugar, and flour became routine. Rationing kicked in, and people spent hours in lines. Contrast that with the elite, living in villas with swimming pools and driving luxury European cars, having access to imported delicacies. In 2021, orphans were forced to give their aid money for school repairs. This way, even those who had no parental support
You realize
were
I'm
asked to
streaming
help.
right now, right?
In addition, hospitals were closed, and medical staff
Like,
was
I should
replaced
listen to this
with
shit on
underqualified
stream.
military personnel. School years were shortened, and pensioners lost their benefits. An entire generation lost any form of social safety net. Turkmenistan's economy remains gas dependent. and as long as gas prices were high, there was at least the illusion of stability. But the problem was that the entire gas infrastructure was directed to Russia, which dictated prices. In 2009, there was a conflict with Gazprom, and Russia reduced Turkmen gas imports to a minimum.
I saw.
Although Chinese contracts kept exports going, profits paid off debts for new infrastructure. Amid these mounting problems, living standards plummeted. By 2021, average salaries had dropped to just $200 monthly, even less in rural areas. Many citizens sought escape through immigration, but the government clamped down, making foreign travel nearly impossible without special permits. Turkmenistan possesses all the ingredients for prosperity. Yet its vast natural resource wealth flows not to its people, but into government coffers and elite vanity projects. The result? Golden statues, marble palaces, the personality cult, bizarre prohibitions, and a president who raps. But what of today? What's happening in the country now? And is change even possible? After Berdi Mumendov officially stepped down in 2022, his son Serdar became president, the first dynastic transfer since the era of Khans in Central Asia. But it feels cosmetic. Key decisions are still made by the national leader of the Turkmen people, Gurbanguly himself. Many call Serdar a puppet president. He's portrayed as a progressive leader on the international stage, signing agreements and speaking of economic modernization. Yet in reality, nothing changes. Freedom of speech, access to information, and human rights remain among the worst in the world.
Show me one person we're forced to wear the national dress. Our women love their clothes. It's our national dress.
One of Serdar's first acts was an amnesty for hundreds of prisoners on Neutrality Day. But simultaneously, show trials, activist arrests, and disappearances of political prisoners continue unabated. He talks about economic diversification, but natural gas remains the mainstay. But the revenue doesn't benefit the people. It goes into debt repayment in China. Meanwhile, state TV shows a different picture. Economic progress is lauded, and every milestone is depicted as monumental. In villages, the pace of life hasn't changed. Water and electricity shortages persist, salaries are low, and rationing is still in place. Today, Ashgabat appears on Mercer's list as the most expensive city for foreigners. But why? Products that seem basic to many people cost a lot of money here. A kilo of beef runs $15 to $20, and a liter of milk is about $3. State-bought bread costs pennies, but because of food shortages, its black market price is many times higher. Flour, sugar, eggs, everything is scarce and expensive. Now, regarding cars. If you dream of a car in Turkmenistan, get ready to spend a fortune. A 15-year-old sedan costs $20,000. Apartments in marble complexes cost $200,000 to $300,000, sitting empty because nobody can afford them. The average $200 monthly salary barely covers basics and is often delayed for months in public jobs. In rural areas, the situation is even worse. Incomes drop to $100 or less, frequently paid in goods rather than cash. Many regions still lack access to electricity or clean water. Basic services remain unavailable in many regions. Healthcare and education are crumbling. Many schools in rural areas are closed, and hospitals often lack even basic equipment. For most, the future looks bleak, and emigration seems the only way out. Serdar maintains the family tradition. Marble palaces built with public funds and foreign media paid to praise non-existent successes. He occasionally calls for youth to be the engine of modernization, but the same old guard remains in power. His personality cult grows. His portraits now flood schools, offices, and streets. Though not yet to his father's scale, a new national hero is being built. Notably, Gurbanguly still commands attention. His monuments stand untouched, his books are still revered, and his influence remains paramount. It's like a family business with the old boss as chief advisor. Political freedom in Turkmenistan remains among the lowest on the planet. Any form of dissent can lead to jail sentences or even forced psychiatric hospitalization. Citizens live in terror of authorities who condemn even bad jokes. Access to the internet is a luxury. Independent news is nearly impossible, and foreign journalists cannot freely work there. All of this makes Turkmenistan one of the most closed and totalitarian states in the world. Are there any chances for change? It depends on many factors, like gas demand, international pressure, and potential internal revolt. But as long as the elite keep building golden statues and profiting, the people remain on the brink of mere survival. That's Turkmenistan's tragedy. A country with vast natural wealth that fails to provide basic welfare to its citizens. Turkmenistan is a lesson for the whole world. A country blessed with resources, but cursed with leadership, stands as a monument to dictatorial absurdity. But perhaps one day everything will change, and those golden statues will serve as reminders of how not to govern.
Do you like my shelf backlighting? I just need more things for the shelf, right? I got lots of other things coming. It's gonna be crazy. It's a work in progress, guys. It's a work in progress, right? I don't have an interior decorator. It's just me. Nothing going on at the Portland Ice. It's gross and rainy out. There's nobody out there. Nobody's streaming. Tommy's going to go out tomorrow, I'm sure. Hey, thanks, Dean. It's going to get better. Dean, I bought a fridge. It's going to go like underneath this table right here. Right? So, we're going to do another show tomorrow. We're going to end with the probably ice stuff tomorrow, as long as the weather is okay, right? In the meantime, did you see my short today? If you didn't watch my short, go watch it. I'm going to do nothing but shorts and stream because they work cohesively together, right? Also, if you're not following me on Rumble, let's do that. And tomorrow, I think I'm going to get with Tommy and I'm going to teach him how to pull his speech out of that long stream and upload it to his channel as a standalone video. That way he can just share the speech. You got to think. And then he'll get ad revenue from the speech. He can just put it on Rumble, you know, and on his YouTube channel too. But he can totally put it on Rumble. Thank you so much for watching. Hey, it's been 4 hours and 4 hours and 20 minutes, guys. Imagine that. What an interesting number. Speaking of 4 hours and 20 minutes, I can't believe I'm about to say this. Donald Trump is going to reclassify marijuana to Schedule 3. That's insanity. That's such a Democrat issue, and he's taking it away from them. That's good. That's really good. Hey, thanks for watching. Thanks for coming by and checking out my show. What other show is 4 hours, right? Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. You know, the whole thing. About 6, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. About 5:30-ish Portland time. You know, we'll figure it out. See you tomorrow. Have a good night. Hey, and guess what? Happy Hanukkah. Peace.